What up, down bad? How's it going? I'm extremely sleepy. I don't know why, because I didn't just wake up. You're doing not bad? Nice, good to hear. I'm doing okay. I'm just a little bit sleepy right now. Drank some tea or coffee. I don't usually drink tea unless it's daytime. So, and I'm not really a big coffee person. I don't think I've actually drank coffee out at home, I should say. Hey, what up? The way that life can suck. Welcome back. I still haven't finished this game. I don't know. I don't like how it makes me feel, and it's hard to relax and focus. Huh. Is it the game mechanics, or is it the amount of lore? Or the uncertainty? Or the fact that you're placed in like a time loop and you have to, like, you're running against a clock? What is it that makes you uncomfortable? Or makes you think that it's hard to focus or relax? I wouldn't say that it's Outer Wilds is a relaxing game. It's not relaxing for me because I feel like I'm always under pressure, but I enjoy it because I enjoy the pressure because every single time I make progress, it's very satisfying. What up, Refresher? Hello, Miam. Welcome. The environment and the sounds. It's like a type of sci-fi that always makes you feel icky. A type of sci-fi. Huh. It has its... I don't know. I wouldn't say that... Oh god, Refresher says she enjoys the pressure. Yeah, I like Outer Wilds, okay? I don't really like... when I watch sci-fi movies or anything based in like high-tech environments, it's a little, I wouldn't say unsettling. It depends on what movie or what story, I guess. Some of them are meant to be unsettling, but I don't really, I've never felt that way towards like sci-fi stories. Ada. Yeah, shut up. I know you redeemed it. I just did it, okay? I'm not trying to avoid it. I did it. Hello, Refresher. Have you been enjoying Played Up? I saw they were playing it and you made me not refunding it. You made me want to buy the game. I know it's amazing. I want to play it, but I'm not spending money anymore. At least for the next for the rest of September and October. I spent way too much money on other various things. Namely gacha games. Is that overcooked? It's overcooked, but it's, I think, a more satisfying game, a more satisfying experience. It's less visually appealing, but it's mechanically more interesting. Yeah, it's way better in my opinion, mechanic-wise. Very roguelite. Yep. It's not roguelike, it's roguelite. As Miam would correct everybody, I guess. Yes, there you go. Today I just want to wrap up my Outer Wilds series by looking at some more lore. So maybe the way that life can suck might want to sit this one out, because major spoilers. Oh, I should put in the title. Major spoilers. But yeah, we're gonna react or have a look at some of the popular theories people have on this game. Hello, Secret G. Welcome back. Roguelite elements make everything better, just like butter. Okay, I read it right, but it's actually not what Miam typed. Whatever, okay. Nice. you know, any element that adds like a replayability to a game is valid in my opinion. I appreciate the warning, but I doubt you'll ever complete it. Aww. The main game is so good though. I wouldn't encourage people to go into the DLC expecting it to be, you know, an expansion on the main game. It does expand it a little bit lore-wise, but gameplay-wise it's not that comparable. Yeah. It's great. It's a great game. I only really have praises for its main game. Again, I'm nitpicky towards the DLC, but you know, I've made my point clear. But yeah, we're gonna check out more of what the Lore Explorer has put out, more videos. I also did just notice that there was a video released 55 minutes ago with merch announced, which makes me kind of question life a little bit. Yes, DJ, it's lore time. I don't know if I'll be launching or playing more of Outer Wilds today. I just want to look at the videos that I said I wanted to look at. So yeah. I know this channel has a lot of like Easter eggy stuff. But I think I'm just gonna look at the ones that I was interested in, which is, I think I have to sort by most popular. Merch? Why now? Yeah, like, is there no official merch for Outer Wilds? I bet there's some official stuff out there. But this dude really likes the game. I can't blame anyone for, you know, liking the game as much as the Lore Explorer. I think there's a lot of you out there. But man, releasing merch, like the work that must go into merch release must be crazy. I can't imagine it. Speaking of merch, I still haven't received my Suicide merch that I bought March this year, and it's supposed to be shipping now. Like, this is the deadline. It's supposed to be shipped to me. I'm supposed to receive it late September, and it's already late September. But if you go to the merch website, it still says that it's in production. Like, what the hell, bro? Is it gonna arrive next year on September? Like, what? Why has the merch not arrived? I'm pissed. But okay, anyways, let's go ahead and look at this video, the brief history of the Nomai timeline. This is the one that I'm waiting on. I'm really excited to see it because this video came out 2 years ago. I doubt it's gonna cover too much about Echoes of the Eye. At least that part of the lore is probably not gonna be included in the timeline, but we can kind of fill it in ourselves, right? So here we go. I think it's best we view it like this. I don't know if the audio is gonna be too loud. Let's see.
Hello everyone, I am the Lore Explorer, and this
right.
is Outer Wilds, the open-world exploration game focusing on the mystery of an ancient race of aliens called the Nomai.
I love this guy. I love his delivery on things. He sounds so enthusiastic, but at the same time, like, it's the right amount of scuffedness you'd expect from a indie YouTuber, you know? It also what made YouTubers like PewDiePie so famous, right?
To dedicate a video to the timeline of the Nomai and some of the major events that happened to them. This video will consist entirely of spoilers, so if you haven't played the game already yourself, I suggest clicking off the video now.
Yep, click off the stream now if you don't want to get spoiled by the tremendously, I don't know, insightful and compact lore that Outer Wilds contain. So be warned for those of you who don't like spoilers. His hello everyone is very review bro. I don't know who the review bro is, but yes, Hello, everyone. Welcome to a brand new, oh my god, I can't talk, YouTube video. Today, I'm gonna go over the lore of the Nomai. You know, it's very, I don't know. I feel like this is what happens when you write a script and then you need to add, like, you need to make the script sound as though it's not scripted. That's what you do, kind of. Oh yeah, I don't know who the reviewer bro is. I've never heard of that. Okay, let's continue.
The Nomai were originally a nomadic species.
Is the audio okay, chat? I think I can up it a little bit more, right?
Comprised of many separate clans of Nomai, all out independently exploring the universe. Every 10 years, all of the Nomai clans came together at something they called the festival.
Ooh. Do we know about this? Is this lore somewhere in our playthrough? I don't recall this. Audio is fine, okay.
There, they would share all of the discoveries they've made in the last decade. This was very important to the Nomai.
The festival. Is that something I didn't call out when I saw lore tablets about it in the vessel, maybe? Yeah, festival doesn't ring a bell, yeah.
As the core philosophy of the Nomai was to seek out the unknown and to observe them, to understand them.
Wait, is this a mod that adds living Nomai into your game?
On the way to this event, the clan leader Eskel was shown something even more exciting than the festival.
Or maybe you can spawn them in, like, character models?
Their vessel received a very unique signal that looks eerily like an eye.
Okay.
And, if the readings were right, it's older than the universe itself. Eskel immediately orders his crew to warp the vessel to the source of this signal. Felix, the Nomai in charge of communication.
Oh yeah, the names. It's gonna drop a bunch of names we should remember. Yeah.
Crew to warp the vessel to the source of this signal. Felix, the Nomai in charge of communications, asked for a second to send a message to inform the other Nomai clans where they are going.
Okay.
But Eskel realizes how significant this signal is. Knowing it may disappear just as quickly as it showed up, they didn't spare the time for the message. Though Eskel was right about the significance, that choice proved to be a bad one. The Nomai fell into a trap. The trap of Dark Bramble.
So they didn't know the exact coordinates yet. That's why they needed to send out their scout. I don't remember what it's called. The what is it called? I don't remember. The launcher that launches the probe. Yes, it's called a probe. So they had to send out a probe because they don't know the exact coordinates, but they know, like, the general direction. That's probably why they decided to warp, and they used their black hole warping technology to achieve it.
The mysterious signal they received bounced through Dark Bramble in its many dimensions. So when the Nomai followed it, they found themselves inside a multi-dimensional maze.
I don't think there's, like, actual evidence pointing to a lot of the stuff that he's saying. He's just kind of insinuating. I don't know how. I think he's just coming up with, like, a logical flow explanation to all that stuff, piecing things together a bit and adding something to his own theory. So yeah,
when the Nomai followed it, they found themselves inside a multi-dimensional maze.
I don't think it's explained why they got trapped in the bramble, right? I mean, we can only infer.
The vines on Dark Bramble sprang to action, jumping at the vessel and started to tear it apart. The Nomai on board quickly found themselves inside of a dying vessel, with instruments failing one by one. Everyone on board rushed to the emergency escape ships.
Yeah, he's giving you his own headcanon, yeah. Yeah.
But Dark Bramble had no intentions of letting the Nomai leave.
I wonder, I kind of wish that the game had showed us more about the Bramble and how it worked, right?
As the third escape ship launched, the vessel succumbed to the damage done by Bramble's branches. This meant the Nomai on Escape Pod 4 were stuck deep inside Dark Bramble's maze. The Nomai...
Wait, Escape Pod 4? There's only 3 of them now.
Escape Pod 4 were stuck deep inside Dark Bramble's maze. The Nomai on Escape Ship 3 weren't so lucky either. Even on their flight out of Dark Bramble, the Vines were not so keen on letting them go. The thrusters on Escape Pod 3 were damaged.
What the fuck was that that's moving here? What?
Leaving the Nomai stranded in whatever node they were stuck in. Eskel was amongst this group and tried to lead them back to the vessel safely, since all of the oxygen was leaking from the escape pod. But unfortunately, the Nomai again fell victim to the signal duplication phenomenon present in Dark Bramble. We find these Nomai surrounding a seed, emitting the vessel's signal, but the opening was too small for the Nomai to enter or have came through. Though, even if they made it back to the vessel, they still would have succumbed to the lack of oxygen present on Bramble, as we find even skeletons here. The other two escape pods managed to escape.
Bro, imagine, like, free floating in space, trying to get back to your ship, and be met by, like, a gap that you can't fit through, and you just suffocate. That has to be one of the worst ways to die.
Escaped Dark Bramble and crash landed on separate planets. This was the welcoming gift the Nomai received from their new home. Half of Eskel's clan perished in their maiden voyage to the Outer Wild solar system. The vessel, destroyed, didn't just mean the Nomai lost their home. It also housed all of their technology as well. The Nomai survived would have to start from scratch. The Nomai on Escape Ship 1 found themselves on Brittle Hollow, while the second escape ship wound up on Ember Twin.
So I bet what the storyteller did here is he installed some kind of mod that would summon a bunch of Solanum models. I wonder how he has achieved like cinematics like this.
Trapped on separate planets, the two groups of Nomai were left with one option: survive. They weren't able to communicate with each other, so their respective groups were on their own.
I also I was expecting this video to contain a lot of numbers, like how many years ago that this happened, how many years ago did that happen. Guess not.
And they were up to the task. Both groups of Nomai found a good location to construct settlements.
Oh yeah, why did this door? Why was the emergency door not opened? Because I think the door was opened for the pod at Ember Twin, because I remember there was even writing there. Like you can physically see the door of the escape pod on Ember Twin within the caves, and there's writing next to it. But the escape pod door for the one at Brittle Hollow was not opened. So they probably didn't escape from there, right? They just went out onto the surface of Brittle Hollow. And then they were like, oh shit, there's a bunch of fucking asteroids. Well, it's what is it called again? Hollow's lantern that was shooting out like all those fireballs, making the planet inhabitable, and they had to go underground. So they never used the door here. Even though there's like actual signs of bridges built here. So I wonder why the door is shut. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that the door is shut.
Both groups of Nomai found a good location to construct settlements. The Nomai on Ember Twin chose the site of...
All we have is the last sun station input for years. True. But yeah, I don't know. If the video is just, you know, the story in the dude's headcanon, then might as well drop some like hundreds of thousands of years ago, you know? That's what I thought.
Of the Sunless City out of necessity. It was the only cave system large enough to house them. The Nomai on Brittle Hollow had a few more options, but they knew ultimately they needed to harness the power of the black hole below. To start out with, though, they were only able to construct the temporary city.
I wonder how someone generates power off of a black hole. There's probably videos on the YouTubes explaining it. I suspect they probably maybe black holes suck in light so fast they can put a mirror. I don't know how it would work. Like, how do you harvest power from the black hole without being sucked in yourself? Yeah, but they built like an entire forge that's above the black hole. I wonder what like what the mechanics are. Like what the sci-fi mechanics would have to be for that device to generate power.
See,
oh, I should go back a bit.
Start out with, though, they were only able to construct the temporary city. See, the surface of Brittle Hollow was being bombarded by its moon with lava rocks. The Nomai had a rough time
Bro, I would never be able to like fly my ship so close to one of these rocks because it's just scary. Gravity isn't a force, so I don't know. Maybe you just like accelerate things with the black hole and it generates power somehow with the suction force of the black hole. I don't know what it could have been.
Traversing the planet with this happening. But after a short time in the temporary city, the Nomai discovered something amazing. The crust of Brittle Hollow had intrinsic gravitational properties.
What? Oh, these... I don't think it was ever explained where these stones came from, right? The gravity stones. Was it ever explained in text in the game?
The Nomai were able to take advantage of this and invent gravity crystals. With the crystals, they were able to construct a giant pathway underneath Brittle Hollow's surface
that bit doesn't make much sense in terms of physics. It's basically magic. Okay, so it's never explained. So again, it's just theory.
Able to take them to the most stable location on the planet, just under its north pole. With the gravity crystals, the Nomai constructed an enormous vertical city that used the power of the black hole below. Though all of the technology on the vessel was lost, the Nomai still carried that knowledge with them. They were able to make a simpler version of the advanced warp core used to power their old vessel. Their craftiness turned out to be invaluable. They combined the gravity crystals and warp cores to recreate space travel.
I don't recall there being like purple shit at the cannon, but it's probably just me. I'm sure there's purple shit at the cannon, like the gravity stones. Yeah, probably. Now that I think about it.
A ship is built along with a giant gravity cannon designed to launch the ship at great speeds. The ship would again use gravity crystals to land itself when prompted at another planet. The birth of the Nomai shuttle is an important step in the Nomai timeline. Without them, who knows if the two separate groups of Nomai would ever have met again.
I wonder how you fly that ship, because I think there's actually a video made by the same guy who talks about how you can fly the Nomai ships using the control panel. I still don't know what the third option is. There's like three of these, and I still don't know what this one did, because one of these recall you back to the gravity cannon, the other was the other shoots you out from the gravity cannon, and then the third one I still don't know what it is. There's a video like that. Oh, third option is landing. Interesting.
Without them, who knows if the two separate groups of Nomai would ever have met again. But soon after reinvention of spaceflight, they were able to reunite with each other. If that never happened, we basically just wouldn't have a game.
Yeah, I think they had to have reunited at some point because they had to construct the probe launcher together over at Giant's Deep, right?
From here, nothing is exactly set in stone, as a lot happens around the same time. This would have been a hell of a lot easier if the Nomai just dated their buildings. But after the Nomai reunited, their collective focus quickly shifted to the mysterious moon that seems to disappear. The Nomai noticed pretty quickly it actually moves to other planets when not being observed, but sometimes it does just seem to disappear completely. The Nomai very much...
You can tell he's a controller player.
want to land on...
Or maybe not, actually. I don't know how controllers work. This, like, you can't fucking fly like this. I can't fucking fly like this with mouse and keyboard.
This mysterious moon. And to do so, they will need to develop...
Oh yeah, he's a controller player. There it is. There it is. He's a controller player. There's a cool way they could have dated the buildings. It would have been in my version of the game. Yeah, I feel like having some kind of timeline, again, it's not necessary, but I would imagine a species like the Nomai who, you know, cared about who are scientists would be dating everything that they've done, right? I mean, if there's one takeaway I got from doing lab work at uni is you want to write down dates pretty much and like be very accurate with timing and shit because, you know, it's a controlled variable. You just want to be writing down the dates all the time so that people don't get mixed up as to like when the sample was acquired and shit like that. So, I mean, a scientific group would have done that, but probably not a sci-fi writer. A sci-fi writer probably won't bother with it. Analog thrusters change everything. Also see Nova Drift. Wow. The cool way to date it universally is with astronomical alignments, like they did with the Hoover Dam. Oh yeah, I still haven't figured out how the dam collapsed in The Stranger. Still haven't figured that out. Or what caused it, I should say. I also don't know what a Hoover Dam is. You gotta speak in layman terms so I understand the references. What up, Hoxto? We're listening to A Brief History of the Nomai Timeline, a video done by the Lore Explorer. That's what we're doing.
A system that can track this teleportation.
Wait, what?
To do so, they will need to develop a system much more times. It does just seem to disappear completely.
Hoover Dam is in the US. Huh, okay.
The Nomai very much want to land on this mysterious moon, and to do so, they will need to develop a system that can track this teleportation.
Huh? Okay, I don't recall this.
Apparently, Chert and Nomai agree. The pole of Ember Twin is the best place for such astronomical observations.
Oh. They're talking about the pole of Ember Twin. North Pole and South Pole of Ember Twin was used to install solar panels, right? Was where the solar panels were installed at, right? I don't recall any of this that this guy's saying.
They built the quantum moon locator on...
Wait, I thought the locator wasn't for the quantum moon. I thought it was for the eye, and they just happened to also install a bunch like other tracking features that tracks other celestial objects in the solar system.
On the south pole of Ember Twin.
Wait, this was on the south? Oh, wait. They're talking about Ember Twin, not Ash Twin. I was talking about Ash Twin. I'm stupid. Okay.
I'd even bet they tried to land at this point, but more study of the strange moon would be needed before that could happen.
Okay,
as the studies were taking place for the moon, the Nomai and the Hanging City were having a bit of a problem. The city planner forgot to add guardrails and, there's a black hole just kicking it down there. This definitely presents an issue for them. Every now and then, a Nomai slips and falls through the black hole below. They then get teleported across the solar system into deep space just outside of the white hole.
Yeah, like some of the stuff, like we've talked about before, right? This game doesn't really operate. The story is there, I think, to enrich the gameplay, but the story doesn't. The environment doesn't really build to. How should I say this? The environment isn't built to kind of highlight what the Nomai has done. Like if the white hole exists, you'd imagine that. No, what am I saying again? There is the white hole station, but I don't know. I would. What am I trying to say? They built so much around the black hole that to me it would have made some sense. They also built a lot more next to the white hole. But all we kind of see is the white hole station that just beams you back. I don't know. Again, I don't know how black holes and white holes work. But like the white hole station, the area next to the white hole feels like such an important site for study that to me it's a little weird that there's only one, point of interest there. But it's just a big ass dam that exists in real life. It's meant to exist for so long. They dated it with stars, not just language. Really? So they didn't give you a number because they expect that the dam to still be alive and working. Alive is not the way to describe it, but still be standing in the future, even after humanity has died, and the languages are lost. There's a number and a star map. Ah, interesting. So they built the dam to exist in a time scale outside of what the language can describe.
The Nomai likely had to keep flying out there to rescue their friends.
Yep. That's why I was expecting like more to be at the White Hole now that I think about it. But isn't Hoover Dam designed to last a couple millennia? I don't even know there's a dam called Hoover Dam, so probably.
Decided to construct a building that would rescue the Nomai for them.
My understanding of concrete, or most buildings nowadays, which is constructed by concrete, is that it's a type of material that gets tougher and tougher over time, right? Because, when you pour concrete, it's still like a liquidy goop. And then over time, it's going to set and it's going to become stronger and stronger because the water, like losing water apparently strengthens the material. So maybe that's why you can build something that can last for so long. Pyramids are also dated that way, but don't tell scientists. They get upset about that. It takes a very long time to cure. I see. So after it's cured, it like the strength of the concrete would have reached maximum, right? And then it's just gonna go through weathering and be weaker again, right? I don't know how fucking architecture or engineering or, how that shit works. But I'd imagine that, buildings crumble because it can't sustain itself due to weathering. And then somehow concrete is able to like overcome it for a long time. That's mostly correct. Concrete also gets stronger under compression, which is the kind of stress a dam is under. But what's the breaking point then? Like, when does it start breaking off because the concrete isn't strong enough or whatever? Because nothing, there's no material that could stay forever intact, right? Because I don't know, like laws of thermodynamics, laws of something says that the world likes chaos and then probably be erosion. So any crack is gonna just get magnified and become the breaking point, right? You helped make a concrete boat for a challenge. While boat-shaped, it was actually less dense than water because you added glass beads. Huh. So you just mix material in the concrete to give it different properties? Tiny cracks caused by fungi growing in it, then water seeps in. I Man, I don't know. All I know is that during my geography exam, many years back, we just have to write weathering, and we don't know how weathering works. We just know to write about weathering when it happens, to explain like how rocks are formed. You just write, oh, after a bit of weathering, this happens. We know that, we know the terms for what, well, at least we were taught the terms for when the rock forms like all these fissures and then water seeps in. That's weathering for you. It's a chemical process. And then that's it. That's bad science for you, yup. Okay, let's continue with the video.
When a Nomai falls through the black hole, They'll arrive outside the white hole, just in front of a building designed to teleport them back to Brittle Hollow. They named this building the White Hole Station. Instead of, just building railings, these bros decided to make a whole rotating teleporter building in space. You just gotta love it. By now,
yeah, I think that's a very accurate description of, of why or what the Nomai has done there.
Teleporter building in space. You just gotta love it. By now, the study of the quantum moon had been completed. A few towers are constructed with the purpose of passing on that knowledge to other Nomai. The Tower of Quantum Trials on Giant's Deep, and the Tower of Quantum Knowledge on Brittle Hollow. The Quantum Shrine on the Quantum Moon was likely constructed at this time as well.
The Quantum Shrine of the Quantum Moon. Oh, it's the building that's teleporting over on the Quantum Moon. Okay, that I remember. Material science looking at rocks is basically full of uncertainty, but somehow historians and geologists have rock solid dates. It's a lot of guessing. It's like the whole... I don't remember. It's a science thing too, right? The decay rate, time, half-life? Yes, half-life of something. Okay, it doesn't really matter to me. And then they can somehow trace elements, because there's elements within the material they study, and by observing how fast the rate they decay at, because every single time they decay, like the number for carbon or the number for that isotope or whatever changes a bit. So by knowing the number or isotope or whatever tope, there's a bunch of topes in science, right? You can kind of guess how long it's been there for, kind of. Oh, carbon-14 dating is for living things. It's similar concepts, okay? I don't know what I'm saying most of the time, but yeah. It's actual science and it fucks with every historical dating. Whatever. I don't understand why it's also called half-life. Why? Can you not find a better term than half-life to describe this shit? It's literally radioactive decay over time. Why is it called half-life? Why is it half? Why, like, what is it half of, I will never understand why they called it that, and I never remember that it's called that. Streamer with science degree can't science? Yeah, hell yeah. I can't science. I didn't study anything at uni. Carbon dating is not valid because of cosmogenic effects. Yeah, fuck that. I don't know what that is, but fuck that. Half of the radioactivity, half of the life of radioactivity. That would be a horrible name for Valve's game. Yeah, why did Valve name their game Half-Life? What's that about? I've never played this game. I never plan to. Okay, let's go back to this video.
So they discovered that the moon sometimes orbits the eye of the universe. Though you can't use this moon to reach the eye, this makes the Nomai think the eye is in a distant orbit around their very own solar system.
Okay. So when they were at the moon, they also, like, Solomon was there to observe the butthole, right? And the butthole just sends you back. I don't really remember where the butthole sends you back. The butthole on the moon, the quantum moon. But it just sends you back to a random spot on the moon, I assume. If you have 1 kg of radioactive matter, it will become 500 grams after the half-life time. Oh. Okay. Wait, what Half-Life was their Final Fantasy? Are you talking about Valve as a company? So Half-Life is the time it takes for the material to become half of what it used to be. By radioactively becoming nothing. It'll be 500 grams of the original isotope and 500 grams of decayed products. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pretend I understand that. I still kind of don't, but it's science that I cannot be asked to look at. It's not interesting to me. Not nothing but decaying. Yes, true.
This makes the nomai.
So it's the decay product is without radioactivity. It's just what is left of the radioactive shit. You know that radioactive decay turns elements into other elements? I must have known that at some point, but yes, I believe that, yes. Nothing is lost. So they just rearranged like the atoms. They just kind of form different bonds to create this decayed matter. Basically, half of the original radioactive element is turned into other elements. Oh, okay.
Distant orbit around their very own solar system. This makes the nomai a distant orbit around their moon to reach the eye. This makes the nomai think the eye is in a distant orbit around their very own solar system.
Okay.
This makes the nomai turn their attention back to the reason they came to this solar system in the first place. An eye signal locator was constructed on Brittle Hollow's North Pole. But this one was pretty unique.
I didn't think that the quantum moon was what pointed them towards constructing a probe cannon. I also don't think there's a lot of cause and effect in what the nomai did. They simply focused on different projects, and the quantum moon happened to be one of them, right? I mean, I'm sure through interacting with the quantum moon, they can probably theorize that it's like it orbits the eye, because it was literally a tab that you can see. Like they put the eye's symbol on a thing within the shrine of the quantum moon, so they must know that it's orbiting it. I don't know how they figured that shit out, but to me it doesn't really, like, that discovery wasn't what led them to make a launcher. But maybe there's cause and effect here, I don't know. But the lore explorer seems to believe that they did all the quantum moon shit and then built the launcher, right? So
it was constructed on Brittle Hollow's North Pole. But this one was pretty unique. After a failed attempt on the outer rock, the nomai really wanted to make this one work. So
yeah, how does he draw the conclusion that they built the locator at Ember Twin and then did the moon thing and then go back to build another one at Atarok? Like, why? How does he? How does this theory? Like, what's backing his claim here? Like, what made him think that, oh, the Ember Twin one was the one that was built first, and then the shrine on the quantum moon was what was built next, and then they built this one? Maybe there's a quantum moon symbol on this locator and not on the other one, because I don't remember what was on the. I've only been to the Ember Twin signal locator thing once, and I don't remember what options there were, like what they were tracking over there. So I'm not sure. He's trying really hard to paint a picture that makes sense with the 3 nomai canyons he has. Yeah, I don't know how he's drawing these conclusions, right?
This locator could lock onto multiple planets at once and accurately depict all of them in their orbits.
So this locator is more accurate than it has more functions. It's an improved version compared to the one on Ember Twin. I mean, that makes sense, right? That explains, like, at least why he thinks the one on Ember Twin was built first and then the one on Atarok was built next. Crayons. I thought it said canyons. Fuck. 3 nomai crayons. Okay.
But when they tried to target the eye, The locator malfunctioned and showed them every possible location the eye could be in simultaneously. The Nomai were sort of at a loss for what to do next. But while all of this...
Isn't the Ember Twin one only for the moon? Oh, really? Okay, so the Ember Twin one had the moon symbol on it, and then the Afterthought one has the eyes symbol on it. Or, you know, the eyes tracker. I don't remember, because I only remember the one at Afterthought, and it does have the eye symbol on it. But I don't fucking remember what was on the Ember Twin one. If it only had the moon, then it makes sense. Or, you know, have the moon and other planets that we already are familiar with. Having different ways to locate shit, one based on astronomy, would make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Was happening. True. Other Nomai were studying something that may just help. A few Nomai on another part of Brittle Hollow noticed that Nomai using the White Hole Station were arriving at Brittle Hollow before they left the White Hole Station. Pie, Poke, and Clary decided to go to the White Hole Station to ensure the readings were correct. They did a few tests that backed up their initial observation.
Wait, that's what the freaking White Hole Station looked like? I mean, I know it's running on a track, because you have to wait for the shit to align. But what the fuck is this bit? Is it like part of Giant's Deep? Like, what the fuck is this?
So they moved their
I never noticed this.
To the Ember Twins' high energy lab.
Or is it just a bit that came from Brittle Hollow?
There, they recreated an isolated version of the warp cores they used to teleport. They started by ensuring the results they got were being consistent. Some of the Nomai remained skeptical, so a test was devised to try and make the effect visible to the naked eye. They would use all the power of the Sunless City to try and increase the negative time interval. This increased the effect so much, no one could remain skeptical as they could see it with their own eyes. The Nomai just essentially discovered time travel.
Yep. This, like, reminded me that when they were like, oh, there's like a time discrepancy and you can like essentially send things kind of ahead in time, I was like, oh, that means that this game has time travel involved. And then I think one of the viewers asked how I arrived to that conclusion, and I was just like, I don't fucking know. It just gave me the vibe that time traveling is involved in the game. This was before we figure out what the statue did, right? All we know that is that we did kind of get sent back in time. But when he asked, like, how do you think the black hole and the white hole has anything to do with time travel? I thought he was like, he thought I was wrong, or maybe he was trying to correct me. But turns out I was right. And maybe he's just curious as to why I thought the black hole and the white hole was, you know, I don't know. Maybe it was I just went 5-head during that point, and then they were like, oh, cool, you know, you're a 5-head, and I wonder how you came up with that, you know. Having different ways to locate shit. Okay, wait. Looks like a chunk of ice. It does look like a chunk of like frozen shit, and we know we see frozen stuff over at Giant's Deep, right? The color scheme looks like that of Giant's Deep. Maybe they yoink like a piece of the crust from Giant's Deep to build the White Hole Station on. This bit is actually in the game. He wasn't actuallying. He was amazed you guessed it right. Do you remember who said it? I don't even remember who said it or how he said it, but I remember being asked the question and I didn't know how to respond because I think he thought I was wrong. So I was just like, I don't know, it's just a vibe, you know?
That's the last piece the Nomai needed to visually search for the eye of the universe. In theory. In practice,
because they needed infinite tries to... Like, they need to launch the probe and then somehow retrieve the probe and launch it again, right? So they have to send it, like, put it in this time loop. But yeah.
Multiple buildings constructed. some new advanced technologies, a probe to send out to look for the eye, and a giant orbital cannon to launch it from. So all of the Nomai turned their attention to what they called the Ash Twin Project.
Yep.
A myriad of new buildings and advanced
which combined both the knowledge of the black hole and white hole and also like the time interval of the black hole and white hole, and then the teleportation technology they had to use, and then the sun, and then yeah, I wonder, it would be fun if they somehow incorporated the strange time space within the Dark Ramble. Well, it's not really, like, it has nothing to do with time probably, but if they somehow managed to figure out a way to make the sun explode using Bramble technology, that would also be pretty cool. But, you know, I still don't know how they could have induced a supernova.
Technology. The Nomai started by building warp towers connecting Ash Twin to...
Now that I think about it as well, there's only 6 masks. Is there only 6 masks? No. 1, 2, 3... maybe 12? I don't remember how many masks there are. And by mask, I mean like the Nomai thing you see at the ATP, at the Ash Twin Project. There's one corresponding to every single statue, right? There's a mask corresponding to every single statue. And if they were to actually activate ATP, that would mean that only like 6 people get to survive. Right? So maybe, I don't know, like, how did they came up with that arbitrary number when there seemed to be a lot more citizens involved, and, or, you know, just clan members, Nomai people that existed during that time? Like, how come they just wanted maybe 6 of them, their representatives, to embark on this ATP journey? I don't know why they would do that, to be honest.
All of the other planets, allowing quick travel as well as allowing them to deliver vital material as quickly as possible.
Uh-huh.
On Giant's Deep...
Wait. The scale of everything is very small, yeah.
To deliver vital material as quickly as possible. On Giant's Deep, work on a device allowing memories to be stored and sent back in time began. A Nomai named Phlox got to work carving the statues to do the job.
It's also kind of... I never really wanted to even think about the implications of ATP. Because they needed a supernova. So in theory, if they just trigger the supernova to initiate the ATP, they can't stop. Like, there's no way they can stop the cycle from happening, because that would break the rules of time and space, right? As the Lore Explorer would point out, if they stopped initiating the ATP, or if they stopped sending the sun into supernova, it would like break a promise, kind of, and just break space-time continuum. No? So the moment they start ATP, they would have to lead their members to escape. Like the 6 figures, the 6 people that are linked to the statues would have the knowledge of both the coordinates to the eye and also, I don't know, past memories to guide their clan members to go search for the eye of the universe, right? So that's why it doesn't matter how many people can fit into the ATP. As long as one of them know what the fuck's going on, they can guide the rest of the clan, maybe? Reminder that Promise is only the head of this lore dude. It's not in the game. Yeah, but I'm saying, you know, because the way he chose to explain it is a promise. The way I see it is just, you know, causality. So shouldn't cause break of causality, but I don't know. Because if you initiate a time loop, right? How do you get out of it? If there's a button in front of you that says initiate supernova. And at the start of every cycle, you press it so that you get sent back in time. If you don't press the button, you won't get sent back in time. And I don't know, to me it somehow breaks something if you just stop the cycle. As long as you don't destroy the thing that initiated the loop, there's no loss of causality. But also now you're stuck in a loop. I don't know, how the fuck does time travel work? I watched a minute physics video on like different ways time traveling works in fiction, and I still don't really know which one like makes the most sense to me. If they have the eye, they just don't press the button. So they get to retain the memory. Then what happened to the sun going supernova? That just they just exist in a brand new timeline where the sun did not go supernova? Like, how would they have retained the knowledge? To me, it doesn't make sense in my head. So they get to keep the knowledge. So every single time they push the button, they generate a new timeline. They have to do that for them to be able to break the loop, right? So we're talking about... Yeah, so this is gonna be one of those... Maybe we can watch like the minute physics video after this, because it explores different ways of, time traveling. But there's gonna be like multiple outcomes every single time you press the button. Retaining anything when you go back in time doesn't make sense and will break a sci-fi story, but also if you don't have that element, your story will be boring. Yeah, I know. I just wonder what kind of... how the timeline would look like. If they were to actually cause a supernova manually versus when it... Because we don't have control over when the supernova occurs when we play the game as a Hearthian, or when we experience the story as a Hearthian, it's never really a problem, right? It's never going to cause any problem because, the sun's going to go supernova anyways. There's no way of preventing it. You don't have a choice in that matter. So it's always going to loop over and over and over again, and we cannot escape it. Right? So I wonder what the Nomai would have to go through to figure this shit out on their own if they were to induce a supernova.
On another island, construction of the orbital probe cannon took place.
Mm-hmm.
They probably built a sun station here as well, which planned to blow up the sun as a power source for the whole thing. On Brittle Hollow, a new task was given to the Black Hole Forge. Their current warp cores weren't able to withstand the power needed for the memory transfer.
What?
Their current warp cores weren't able to withstand the power needed for the memory transfer. So the Nomai Poke took on the monumental task of recreating her mentor's old technology.
Oh, the advanced warp core, yeah. We actually saw a bunch of reading on this, actually. Like, multiple paragraphs describing the struggle of making, recreating an old technology that doesn't really exist anymore. So... They would get the knowledge before even starting the ATP project. That sounds strange. Yeah, it's weird, right? I don't know how... to me, once they initiate ATP, there's no going back. It's just gonna loop forever and ever until they did what happened to... Because I'd imagine after the sun going supernova... Okay, maybe that's why. Maybe that's if ATP generates a brand new timeline every freaking time. The reason why they don't want everyone to be part of the ATP and have statues made for those people is because they're always going to be stuck within the same timeline. And so they're willingly sacrificing their life to rescue their species by acquiring the coordinates and then telling them what the coordinates are, generating that one single timeline where everyone gets to survive, or at least the clan members get to survive, by sending them, like building a ship strong enough to send them to the coordinates while getting out of the range of the supernova. I don't know. I don't really know, like, what happens after the ATP. Like, what actually would have happened if the Nomai succeeded in initiating the ATP. Because, yeah, that's why I think it's a paradox, DJ. That's why I think it doesn't fucking work. But maybe there's a way sci-fi writing can make it work. I don't know.
This task weighed heavy on her, but she knew she had the support of her clan behind her. On Ash Twin, a special chamber was needed to house all the important components of the Ash Twin project. These parts needed to survive the supernova for long enough to do what they had to do.
Yep.
To achieve this, they had to excavate the core of the Ash Twin.
That pause is so funny. I'm sorry.
To achieve this, they had to excavate the core of the Ash Twin. Then, they would encase it in a dense material mined on Timber Hearth. On Dark Bramble, nothing happened because that place is scary.
The delivery is so good. Holy shit.
Nothing happened because that place is scary.
Okay.
Eventually, all of these projects came together one by one, and the Ash Twin project, in all of its confusing glory, was ready to test.
Yeah, it's very controllery movement. There's no like jittery stuff I did to induce nausea, which is cool, I guess.
When the Nomai fired the sun station, it did not have the intended effect. The sun barely responded to the attempt at making it go supernova.
I genuinely don't know what they could have shot into the sun. Like, maybe if they somehow encase like a bramble seed in like the material harvested from Timber Hearth, like the material that is capable of surviving a supernova for a little bit, maybe that's how you induce the sun to go crazy, because, you know, bramble seed kind of weird champ and does weird champ shit. Maybe that's what they had to do, but it wasn't really explained what they shot into the sun, right? Sounds like he forgot to edit bits of the audio. I think it's meant to be, because he was talking about Dark Bramble, right? And then he left out a long pause to indicate nothing actually fucking happened. So to me, it made sense, but it's kind of funny.
By now, the Ash Twin project is the majority of the Nomai society. With it having failed, the Nomai are at a loss for what to do. They can't even begin to think of another way to produce the power needed for the Ash Twin project.
And then they came across the interloper, and then they all died.
Most of their morale was gone. People began questioning this search for the eye. Why waste all of our resources when we could be trying to recreate the vessel and just leave this place? True. But out of nowhere, a new mystery arrives in the solar system. An interstellar comet comes out of nowhere. The curious Nomai couldn't help but be captivated by this new arrival. Poke, Pie, and Clary board a Nomai shuttle on Ash Twin and set out to this stellar interloper. The three Nomai landed on the tail end of the comet, which left the shuttle at risk of freezing. Clary offered to stay behind to prevent this from happening. Then they saw it. The shuttle's equipment is picking up a strange energy reading coming from underneath the surface. But Pie and Poke aren't put off. If anything, that makes them even more interested in the mystery that's playing out in front of them.
Because they're Nomai scientists, and they just like doing stuff like this.
Nomai found a crack in the surface of the ice, allowing them to enter the interior of the comet. They said,
honestly, this is like the second coolest thing, right? To me, the quantum moon is the coolest puzzle, and then this comet is like the second coolest mystery. The second coolest mystery within the game. Yeah.
A few plants on the inside of the interloper to refill their oxygen. Now inside the comet, they figured they should take more energy readings. Poke realizes whatever is giving out this energy may be dangerous.
Turns out it is. The comet should have been the key to this story, not time travel or supernovae after insane amounts of times, but maybe a series of them used by another species as a method of travel. To me, I feel like there can be like Outer Wilds in general could have more. How should I say this? I don't want to say that the story is like has bits and pieces everywhere, because that's not really the case. But the ghost matter, that like the phenomenon that killed off all the Nomai, I feel like should use a bit more explanation, right? To be fair, we know that the Hearthians survived the explosion of the ghost matter because we lived underwater during that time, and the water kills, or is what we consider a weakness of the ghost matter. But still, like, I feel like some more could be done to flesh out the mechanics of ghost matter. Like, how could a species so advanced enough to actually invent a device for time traveling by, the statues and sending memories back, be so how should I put this, right? Be so unaware of this threat? Like, if the threat was so powerful, right? Maybe, like, I don't know, it just doesn't really work for me. Sometimes there's so much magic in the second part compared to the detailed talk around the scientific method. Yeah. Feels like someone gave up and said fuck it, it's magic. I mean, to be fair, mysteries like these do exist in our universe, but like in terms of knowledge that is presented in the game, we've got the Nomai that is at like the very top, and then we got the elk people that I argue is between Hearthians and the Nomai, and then we got as Hearthians that just began our journey into exploring our own solar system, right? And the fact that the ghost matter seemed to be so incredibly out of everyone's expectations, even though we're talking about a species that is like two species now, including the elks, that are strong enough or powerful enough or all-knowing enough to want to figure out what the Iodine universe is about, to be killed by just an incoming interloper is kind of lame. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily like it makes sense, but it's just a little lame that a group so technologically advanced can be killed by a phenomenon that apparently no one saw coming, even though they've existed in so many, like, for so long, that they're the first to kind of see the effects of the ghost matter. Just feels a little off. Feels a little weird.
Two of them call Clary to give her an update.
Mm-hmm.
Their signal will likely be lost if they go any further, so don't worry if you can't get a hold of us. We will be right back. And off they went, sliding down the slopes of ice, likely brought back good memories of unadulterated fun. But this was a serious mission. The two Nomai found a crevice leading to the core of the interloper. When they enter, they are met with something odd. The source of the energy readings are coming from some spherical stone casing, or rather, what's inside it. Some strange form of matter.
So, like, yeah, the fact that that shit was encased is also... I mean, there's just, so many unsolved mysteries. There's the bramble, and then there's this ghost matter, right? Elks were already inside VR world before the comet. That's true. Yeah, we are aware of that. But, it's... And they managed to kind of dodge the bullet somehow by obviously, first of all, going into VR, but second, living near so much water probably helped. So, I don't know.
And to top it off, The casing is under tons of pressure, and the pressure is rising as they approach the sun. As soon as they saw this encasement, both Nomai realized not only are they in danger, the entire solar system is threatened right now. Pi, thinking quickly, bravely offers to stay behind as Poke runs to warn the other Nomai. Every second and every bit of information could help the Nomai survive this.
I think I'm just in denial, honestly, because I don't see humanity surviving a threat like this. And, like, I just wish that this was fiction. You know, this is pure, like, this is not something that could happen to us, but who knows? Like, one day we might be killed by something that is so grand and so out of reach for our knowledge that we never foresee coming, and we just all fucking die. The entire Earth just gets completely wiped because of a material that we just never discovered coming from, like, a comet, you know? I just don't want to believe that this to be true. Maybe that's why I'm like, I wish that there's more explaining behind, like, there could have been more details kind of laying around. This fractured core containing a bunch of shit that we don't want to ever see, right? That's why I said this game could have told a real cool story about humanity. Nah, I don't think so, man. I don't want to play a space exploration game where I get to be a human. I think that's just a little lame. Nothing really tops, like, Outer Wilds has done a phenomenal job at just kind of, you know, allowing you to literally become an alien species. And, like, by putting ourselves in, like, the shoes of an alien helps the devs avoid the complications humanity has when it comes to all the technology. Like, imagine how much research you'd have to throw in just to tell the story of space explorers that are humans, you know? You don't need to make it about humans. You do the Animal Farm thing, change the shapes a bit so you say a truth you're not supposed to just yet. I feel like them being aliens is cool enough, honestly. Because, yeah, like, obviously makes story writing easier, makes programming easier probably, because our Earth is a massive planet. There's no way we can, you know, I'm not saying it has to be based on Earth. Maybe they can talk about, like, a group of human beings in a distant future who, you know, operate slightly differently. I don't know. I just think that, like, making everything aliens make more sense.
Poke initially resists, but she ends up leaving her friend behind. But tragically, she doesn't make it far.
Yep.
The encasement ruptures, and the exotic matter held within coated the solar system. With no warning, every Nomai fell dead where they stood.
Yep.
Poke made it about 15 feet before she died. If there's any silver lining...
Yeah, this is just really sad, right? The discovery we made here is just... It's not really disturbing, but it's just really upsetting. And then the discovery we made on Quantum Moon is just super freaking cool.
They likely died instantly.
Yep.
We find some still sleeping in their weirdly stone beds.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking back on the Nomai's timeline in our solar system is sad. They had pretty bad luck from the start. But when you think about it, it's really a good life lesson. No matter how many
Why is this a life lessons now? What?
hardships the universe throws at you, it's all...
Oh, that's what the launcher looked like when it...
lesson.
Oh.
No matter how...
When at every start of the loop, you see this, but from, you know, where the campfire is, over at Timber Hearth.
How many hardships the universe throws at you, it's always worth it to keep fighting for your dreams. Because even this isn't the end of the Nomai story. During Poke, Pi, and Clary's flight to the Interloper, another shuttle flight was happening. A Nomai named Solanum flew to the Quantum Moon at this time as well.
Huh. I never thought that. I just thought that Solemn just. I never considered how he could have died. But it being like her death because having it be caused by the ghost matter makes sense, I guess. I just thought that the Nomai weren't supposed to enter the butthole at the moon, but she decided to enter it, and then that's why she died. But be dead or alive, it's determined by the observer. But she wasn't supposed to go into the black hole, but she went into the butthole. That's why she's dead. That's what I thought. It's like these are cool. It's like finding Pompeii. This bit was recorded on a different day. Was it?
During Poke, Pie, and Clary's flight to the Interloper, another shuttle flight was happening. A Nomai named Solemn.
I don't know. I can't tell the difference, really. It sounds like a different take, but it doesn't sound like it's on a different day.
Flew to the quantum moon at this time as well. But really, that's a whole nother video, which I've actually already made. If you're interested in Solemn's journey and seeing what the Nomai accomplished through perseverance, check out the video here. So you guys may have noticed a new intro here on the channel. An awesome subscriber made a few pieces of fan art.
Damn, look at those cool fan art. Probably done with... Okay, I shouldn't judge. Never mind, I'm gonna shut up. But yeah. It's a pretty okay video. It's like not... There's nothing revolutionary. There's also not that much research done to produce it. So... I mean, I agree that... with most of it, I think it's pretty straightforward. But a lot of it does sound like theory and is not really backed by anything. And, the lore explorer didn't really bother actually citing, like, why he came to these conclusions. Like, oh, because this Nomai said this at, like, what point of the game, But yeah, I agree with most of what is said there. Okay, and then every official Outer Wilds Easter egg. I don't think I'm gonna go see them for myself. Wait, before I do anything, sorry for the flashbang. I do want to look up Outer Wilds achievements. Let's see it. So there's a bunch of hidden achievements that weren't explained. And I want to kind of see what they are. I don't think I'll do it, but I just want to see it. Complete the ship lock. Have I not done that? Wait, okay. I need to check what achievements I've gotten. Give me a sec. I want to see if I had gotten any achievements at all for Outer Wilds. Because I know there's a bunch of them out there. Okay, let's see it. I unlocked 3. Huh. So I'm missing something from the logs? You've met a terrible fate. Gone in 60 seconds. Cutting it loose. Global achievements. What are these? There's one that only 0.8% people have achieved. What are these? Only 3.5% people have completed the ship log. So I'm missing something on the ship log. Even though there's like no clear indicator. What? Wait a minute. Okay, let's check them out first. Beginner's luck. Reach the eye of the universe in one loop. If you die at any point, you need to quit and start a new expedition. You have to wipe your save file and start a new one? Okay. So it's just like a speedrun achievement, kind of. Okay, so there's a guide to how you can get every single achievement. Oh, you don't think you complete the ship log? I wonder what it takes to complete it. Cutting it close. Use your suits. Yeah, okay, we've done that. And then deep impact. Oh, enter giant's deep ocean fast enough to break through the current. So you instead of aiming for the tornado that spins like I think anti-clockwise, you need to just aim for the water and just fucking pummel that barrier. You know, pummel through it. Okay. Die Hard I think is relatively easy, because you can just burn yourself at a campfire and then eat marshmallows and then burn yourself again, right? So that's easy. From Earth to Moon. Okay, again, I don't know what the hell is a model rocket? Oh, what? How do you get it? The model ship is a small replica of the spaceship. Oh, that thing. At the very start of the game, it's like a tutorial rocket thing. Oh, okay, that shouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. Gone in 60 seconds, we've done that. Harmonic convergence. Okay, this is tough. I think you have to do it either on Bramble or on Atarock, maybe. And then, what does this button do? Wait a second. There's another button I've never seen? There's another button on the ship I've never... What? The high kick, though? Wait, what high kick? Nani? Did my mic go crazy? Hot shot. Manually fly to a sensation. So I am aware that this is an achievement. I think there's a guide somewhere on YouTube. Haven't seen it, but a viewer told me that this is an achievement and you can just look up a guide. It belongs to the museum. Bring a warp core back to the museum. These can be found in the High Energy Lab, Ashton Project, or the vessel. Huh. So it's just like hey, you might as well go back to the museum. I don't know how people can figure this out without data mining, but because it's something you can do for sure, but it doesn't feel like there's logic behind this. So you never pressed it. I never even noticed that there was a button to press. Okay, it was worth a shot. Try to escape the solar system. Oh, you just fly away. I thought about doing this, but I feel like it's not something I should do on stream because it kills like the pacing. So I never actually did it. But I may or may not have asked how far you can fly away from the sun. Probably not. But this is another easy thing you can do in a single loop. Mika's Wraith. Destroy the model rocket by flying it into the sun. Or Hollow's Lantern. Gotcha. So there's two Easter eggs concerning the model rocket. One, you fly it to the Atarock, and then you can fly it to the sun. Cool. And then carcinogens. Oh, you just have to eat enough of it. Okay, these are achievements that seem, kind of fun. Just kind of funny. Very easy to achieve, okay. And then Pachu. Fire your ship out of a gravity cannon, which is, I think we know this is something we can do, but I never bothered doing it. Again, relatively easy. I think you can just go to the nearest one, which is at maybe the one at Ember Twin. Very easy to locate. You just have to fly your ship in there and then turn a button. Or press that, control that crystal ball into one of the things. Anyways, rigid body. Deorbit the Herthian satellite. Is it the one that does gives you the signal? The tower signal? How the fuck do you do that? You just smash it out? You've met a terrible fate. No going back. You need to create a temporal paradox and destroy space-time. Have I done that? I think I've done that, right? Yeah, okay. So I've done that. And then around the world in 90 seconds. Raft around a stranger in under 90 seconds. Raft around a stranger? What the fuck does it mean to... Oh, you just speedrun the freaking raft. Oh, okay. DLC satellite. Okay. So it is the one that gives you like the radio signal. Or the signal of the map, kind of. Raft? Did I say rave? Somewhere? RAF? Okay, so this is not Wraith. This is RAF, apparently. If the orbital physics sim is decent, you can push the satellite towards whatever it's orbiting a bit, and they'll fall into it. Okay. Interesting. And then the silenced cartographer. Render the deep space satellite inoperable. This can be done by knocking the deep space satellite out of orbit. So there's multiple satellites? Oh wait, no, this is the one I smashed into that one time. This is the satellite that I smashed into one time and it killed my map, right? Yeah. I smashed into it hard enough to make my map reusable and unusable. But I've never actually smashed it outside of its orbit. Wait, what? Wait, I should have gotten this, no? Wait, now that I'm reading the description. I didn't get it for some reason. I did make this happen, though. You don't have to knock it out of orbit, yeah. So, I did do this, but I didn't get the achievement for it? Are you serious? Bruh. Okay, this is the final, the hardest achievement to get. I don't know how, but... Okay, early adopter. So we're gonna come back to Tubulair in a sec. Attempt to use the second artifact prototype. Curiosity kills the cat by the time they brought it back. Second artifact prototype. What? Second... Oh, wait. So I could have just gotten the one. So if I go into the gap, these like all these green achievements are from the Raft of the Eye. So if I just go into like the gap within the broken part of the stranger and grab the early adopter. And then find a flame and just sleep there, you get the achievement? If so, the Hearthian satellite is the scout and that turned around Timber Hearth. Oh, okay. So there's a satellite on, like, orbiting Timber Hearth. I never really noticed that, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, the Great Filter. Swim through the damn grate. Not everyone makes it. I don't even know where the grate is. I don't know if I've ever noticed that there was a grate. I don't know what the fuck grate means. Interesting. Okay, flat Hearthier. Stand your ground beneath a moving chain elevator. So I did get smashed by the elevator at the very start of the game, but I guess you need to stand underneath the elevators found in the stranger. That's cool. Celsius 232.78. This knowledge isn't going to forbid itself. Burn the side reel on any campfire. Wow. Okay, that's cool. Ghosts in the machine. Reach all 3 forbidden archives in a single loop without getting caught? I need to see how many people have done it, man. How many people have gotten it? 1.1. That makes a whole lot of sense. Jesus Christ. That's so much fucking work. I mean, with mods, you can do that, I guess. The game doesn't seem to care whether your game is modded or not to validate these achievements. It's crazy. What's the most achieved? Okay, this is the most achieved achievement. Makes sense. This is the second one. Makes sense. Harmonic convergence. I've never gotten this. Maybe I just didn't whip out my signal scope enough. Yeah, these ones seem pretty easy to get to, so, and so is this one, so yeah. Okay. Sleep, wake, repeat. Be woken up from a dream 5 different ways in a single loop. 5 different ways. Okay, jumping into water, alarm system, pursuer. Okay, that's what they're called apparently. The people that chase you around. Fall into hard surface. Okay. Standing on a campfire, you wake up next to... Wait, oh, you can do that to wake yourself up? Okay, so those are the 5 ways. Interesting. I'm never gonna do that because I don't like being in the mummy room. Well, I'm never gonna do these achievements. Realistically, I know how to achieve it. That's enough for me. I'm not gonna set out to do it. And then simulation hypothesis. Attempt to use the artifact at a normal campfire. Well, that settles it. The artifact at a... Oh, okay. So you bring the artifact all the way out of the stranger. You have to go back to your ship and then fly out. And then to a planet with a campfire. That's interesting. Oh, you just use the prototype at any green fire. Yeah, these are cool achievos. Like, they're not something you would go out of your way to do it, but it makes logical sense that someone would try it, right? So, yeah, I like these achievements. I don't like the ones where you kind of just have to know to do that. But a lot of them are natural. Like, they feel like natural things people would do. Yeah, testing hypothesis and being acknowledged. Yeah, it's cool. I like that achievement. This one. Fire arrows. Shoot the little scout at the artificial sun in the stranger. Artificial sun? What the fuck is the artificial sun? Did they... So they applied a cloak and then they made a sun that is fake? Like the sun, the TV sun? Like, you're telling me that because the cloaking window, like the one-way window is a TV, the sun is also fake over there? Or is there a different artificial sun? I don't know. Coriolis Force? Wow. They actually need to add this as like a wiki tab. Oh my god, they linked it to Wikipedia instead of like the fan wiki. Wow. Okay. Yeah, haha, you found me. Go to the top of the building of the Endless Gorge. Activate the pursuers. Go to the top floor. Jump out the window onto the roof and go to the top. What? Oh my god, so you not only do you have to enter the chasing scene in Endless Gorge, like the whole chase around the mansion thing, which took me a couple attempts, and you also have to know how to get to the fucking roof. I don't even know what roof they're talking about. I kind of want to see someone do it on YouTube though. Like, find a YouTube video. You'll never take me alive. Because I'm sure there's going to be a speedrun category for all achievements, which probably takes hours. Escape your pursuers by jumping to your death, instead of dodging past them. So as soon as you trigger someone to chase you, you just run off. Fatal heights from which jump on hard surface are seldom found in Secret World. This refers to jumping into water while a pursuer is chasing you. You must activate the indoor bridge in Endless Canyon. Then fall into the water. So it's very specific the way you reset that run, I guess. I can see why people can come across this. Or, you know, they're just so afraid that they just jump into the water. That makes sense, right? So another very logical achievement. Oof, ouch, my bones. Have your spine adjusted by what? What does that even mean? Your spine adjusted? Oh, so instead of blowing out your torch, they can snap your spine? So they can straight up kill you? Instead of blowing out your flame? I was wondering what would happen, because when I noticed that you can go into the matrix, I placed down my flame a couple times, and then I wondered what would happen if you bump into them then, like what kind of animation would happen. But then I was just really irritated by having to walk in the dark most of the time, so I just never actually thought to do it. But that's something you can do, something I thought about doing, I didn't actually end up doing, but there you go. Apparently they crack your spine. Holy shit. So you're straight up fucking dead. Well, obviously you probably get sent back into the real campfire world if you didn't die to that campfire. So, okay, so the final achievement that's the hardest to get to. Where is it? What is it called again? Wait. Yeah, tubular. So this is apparently the hardest achievement to get. Ride the face of the wave for at least 15 seconds on a raft. So you need to wait by the dam. So you need to do the loop around and then have your raft parked at the reservoir, and then as soon as the dam collapses, you have to use that raft to ride the wave. Oh my god. Tubular effect? I don't know. Let's look it up. Is that even a thing? Okay, I don't want to click on shit that's sussy, so I don't know. I have no idea what the tubular effect is, but I guess you just have to stay in the... You just have to ride the wave. Oh, it's surfer slang. Ah. Oh, you just misremember? Okay, no problem. Oh, yeah, it's when you get caught without an artifact, you just get your spine kicked in or something. Wow, okay. Tube equals within the wave falling on you. Ah, that makes sense. Because the wave kind of curves back. It was tubular. Yeah. So, how many achievos have you gotten, DJ? I can see why people wanna this is a game that you would wanna kind of maybe touch it every now and then because it's such a cool game that you might as well be doing achievements every time you open it up, right? I don't think I'll do it. I'm just glad that I know they exist and they all seem like very cool achievements or Easter eggs. Okay, so there's every official Outer Wilds Easter egg. I think I'm gonna maybe watch... I don't know what kind of misconception I can have. I'll just watch these two details I may have missed, and I'll be honest with whether I, know the details or whatever. Probably not. I probably know none of these, but I'll just watch these two videos. Title screen coming apart? Title screen coming apart. Oh! Wait, I was looking at the wrong place. I was looking at that. So if you wait on the title screen for long enough, this happens. Or at least you get to actually see that it happens. Cool. Oh, timeline misconception. Okay. Maybe I have some of those, actually. Observatory fig backers. So that's text you can find in the observatory. Big thanks to, or the museum, I guess. Big thanks to these additional founding members of our Outer Wilds ventures, without whom we would never have gone off the ground. Oh, so there's like I don't know if it's a Kickstarter thing, but there's backers. Oh, fake is a Kickstarter type thing. Okay, got it. So Matthew Stenhauer, Ben Eartherington. These are surnames I've never heard of. QWERTY, QWERTY, Yoop, the pie. Probably a PewDiePie fan, maybe. Jordan Frith. Surnames I've never heard of. Tom Cummings? Is that really a surname? I don't know. Sean Shark Templar Farrell. Stephen Ursel. Omraker! Omraker is on the list. I don't think Omraker was cancelled. I know Omraker was involved in some drama, but he used to be my favorite YouTuber before I discovered Northern Lion, kind of. Yeah, what happened to him? He's still kind of... Yeah, he's still doing this. Well, doing this as in being a YouTuber. What drama was he involved in again? Manipulator? What? Oh, this video is funny as fuck too. Not this video in particular, but like the previous. There's so much drama that Moist Critical has just been pumping everything out. I don't know what Record did, but he was so cool, and he was one of the people that inspired me the most. At least one of the YouTubers that inspired me the most. So I'm glad to have seen his name on the list. Ryan. Hell yeah, I think I just really like Ryans in general, like Ryans of the YouTube realm, because Northern Lion is also a Ryan. You also watch the Moist Twitch stuff? I'm not a huge fan of Moist Critical, but I think sometimes his videos are kind of funny. He does have like wrong takes usually. He's like the type of person that gets like he tells a very convincing story most of the time for his argument, but sometimes he gets things wrong, and I'm just like, you should apologize for that probably, because you affected people's opinions on it. Namely, the Rust drama that he helped stir was just straight up misinformation. Like, he caused a lot of people to hate on a YouTuber that literally did nothing wrong, and backed an asshole on Twitch named Trainwreck, I think, who is straight up just a, like, some of the more garbage human beings on earth, you know? So, I don't know. I don't agree with some stuff that Moist Critical says. There's a Ryan who streams CDD. I don't know what CDDA is. You gotta give me the full name of that. Damn! So, Record backed this. I'm happy to know that. And then Herthian Graves as well. Have I ever been here, by the way? I don't recall being at the graveyard, or if there's a graveyard. Damn. So some of them are mentioned by name at a bunch of notes, and then some of them even have their own graves. Why would you? Okay, like something about turning using backer names as like stuff written on gravestones is kind of weird. Like, why would you kill a backer? It's the same thing with Hollow Knight as well. They have like this whole glaive area where they just list out a bunch of dreamers, because dead people in Hollow Knight are dreamers anyways. And they just, obviously they also like design a little dreamer character within Hollow Knight to kind of represent that the person that backed the backer of their Kickstarter or Kickstarter thingamajig. I don't know if it's Kickstarter that started Hollow Knight, but yeah, they also put them on graves, which is just a funny thing. I don't know why they do this. will be the best roguelike-ish type game ever made once it's completed, which is never. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. I think I've heard of that. Dark Days Ahead. Oh. Oh, it's this game. Yeah. You told me to check it out at some point, right? I don't remember, to be honest, but... Okay. Binary semaphore. Interesting. So there's only 3 graves, huh? Where is this? On Timberhearth, I wonder. Fix backers. There's a satellite for the backers. Wait, it's actually playing some kind of audio too. I can't make out what it's saying. What the fuck? Okay, this is just creepy. This is just creepy. If I saw this, I would think that this is a like a ARG. That's just fucking creepy though. It's like recommending Tarkov to someone who's never played an FPS. Huh. Interesting. You saying that makes me want to play it though. Makes me want to try CDDA. What is this audio? Yeah, this just straight up does not belong in the game. Chat. Wait. Hello? My headphones are a little wonky. Hello? It's not a roach. My headphones just gave me like a really deep voice. And then I also have my lights flickering. It's still flickering right now. I'm gonna turn them off and on again because I think that fixes it. Give me a sec. Oh my god, I gotta tell my dad to swap out the light bulbs. Cause apparently, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 light bulbs in like the group of on the light, I guess, of the living room, and then there's only 2 of them working. Usually they work in like pairs of 3. So if you turn them off and on again, another 3 would get turned on, and then if you flick the light switch again, all of them would turn on, and so. And for some reason, there's only 2 light bulbs that are working. Yeah, it's a ghost, not a roach. And then while the lights were flickering, because I don't know how long it's been flickering, because it's very subtle. It's like, it's not the lights going like completely dim and then completely bright again. It's literally just like going, dim occasionally for a little bit. But then I also heard like this really deep echo of my own voice through like the right earphone, and I was freaking out because of it, because it's that paired with the flickering lights. But anyways, I got another light turned on right now on like the dining area, so it's very bright and I'm not creeped out anymore. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna get some water. BRB. My grandma has kindly prepared a full water bottle for me, so I don't have to actually feel anything. Cool. Okay. The fact that this satellite exists in the game also doesn't help, make the atmosphere a little less creepy, because this shit doesn't belong in the game, and if I had seen it, I would thought it's like the start of some ARG. Get bros weeping angels. What? The quiet shade in the ancient glade across Old Burg, it's always dark. Weeping angels? What does that mean? Found your quantum poem. Oh! I thought I've gone through all the all the what's it called again? The dialogue options here, so maybe I've seen this. Yeah, the good one in the woods. I remember writing that. Pretty fun, right? It works out to a good 24 poems. When I'm done exploring, I want to make some more quantum art. Maybe some kind of creature sculpture that just like shows up and scares the daylights out of you. So there's a creature sculpture somewhere, maybe? Weeping angels. Huh. Pivot's Easter egg. So, is this on the quantum moon? Wait, what the fuck? No, it's not. It's just a flashlight turning on. There's a scroll. Where the fuck is this even? Oh my god, okay, my right headphone jack is just straight up broken, I think, because it's like echoing my voice again. I'm gonna not wear it. What? Color equals loading. Color... Oh god. It's just a bunch of W's. Maybe it's meant to... Oh, it's an animation? Never mind, it just looks like a circle now. Oh yeah, by the way, I have to drink to your hydrate. I did take a sip, but I didn't drink enough. Weeping angels are a Doctor Who meme. They only move when you don't look at them. Oh, what does IIRC mean again? If I remember correctly. Okay. Oh, okay. That's creepy. Oh, it's a winking face. So Pivot has been leaving messages with scrolls. And then QR code reads Pivot's Easter egg. Pivots. Is there a character called Pivot in the game? Pivot? Oh, Pivot. I think it's a Herthian, now that I think about it. Terminator Nomai. Wait. That's a Terminator reference? I don't get it. I don't know enough about Terminator, maybe. Oh. Oh, I know. It's a Nomai. Okay. It's a Nomai that died there. And, okay. It's called Terminator Nomai because I think there's a scene where the robot dude just like melts into the skeleton or something. Oh, when he melts into the pool of liquid metal. Oh, okay. That explains. Okay. Damn, the bones actually survived that lava? I'd imagine my body would just evaporate. The bones would just be engulfed by the flames, but... Damn. Okay, I don't like looking at this pose. I know my dead, like, skeleton at this pose. No, it's a Terminator reference, but... Rock on. It's kind of funny. So he is like only be able to see like the bottom half of that figure because of mods installed probably. Crashed Alpha ship. I think we've seen this one, right? Have we? On Atarok? Maybe not. Interesting. We can see it's on an equator, so maybe not. Maybe I haven't seen it. Actual ship from Alpha. So this is the Alpha version of the game, and that's what the ship looked like. Cool. It's like the new ship is so much better, but this is interesting looking. The skeletons being around in space ruins bother me a lot from a material lifespan point of view. True. Nomai Elsinore Castle. Normal Elsinore Castle. So if you find a seed somewhere in the bramble and shoot your little scout in there, you get to see a castle? I feel like maybe MapPack can make a theory on this shit, man. I don't know what it's referencing. Maybe it's referencing a different game that the devs have made? which I don't believe there to be one. Wait, there's also dead bodies on the ground. Is this from a different game that they've made? Oh, it's from another game, okay. Oh. Okay, so this is probably a mod that shows you what it looks like, actually. Or maybe that's another game that they're playing right now? I don't know. Huh. Maybe they just throw in the reference because they like the game. New personal discoveries. The centipede. Wait, so this thing is a... So it's a texture that is a... Huh, okay. What about that claw that's above like the heads of... the elks that are heading to like the party room? What about that one? Is that an Easter egg? It's so obvious though. Know my shadowing quantum possibilities. Oh, cool. Know mice themselves. Yup. I was wondering if that's gonna show up. I don't... Like, it's too obvious to be an Easter egg, right? Campfire. Yeah, there's a bunch of different shapes. Probably, like, just photos. Photos of, like, you know, random textures or 3D models that they have in the game, and they just chuck them in. It's an Easter egg? Oh, okay. But yeah, we've seen this one. We've actually achieved this one because Chad told me to shoot my little scout into the mist. And yeah, it got materialized again. So, which I guess this Easter egg also kind of explains what the mist really is. But we got a different animation though. That, like, we had our scout literally flying towards us, no? Wait, that's a different one. Maybe. Okay, that's all. How about the other video I wanted to see? This one. Details I might have missed. Also explains what the eye is and why it's called an eye. Now that I think about it, right? Why is the eye of the universe called the eye? Because the eye is what we use to observe quantum possibilities to collapse all of them into reality, into a single reality, right? So the eye of the universe being called the eye doesn't mean that it's observing the universe in order for it to exist. Chat, have I just like cracked the code of something with this train of thought? Like, the eye is what's collapsing possibilities into one, which is, like, last time when I was streaming, didn't I call the eye a device? That, like, it's like a thing that grants wishes or whatever, you know? So if the eye is to be believed to, you know, resemble what it's named after, then it's observing our universe to collapse our possibilities into the reality that us Hearthians get to experience, right? It's just called the eye, but Nomai does not really make an eye. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's called, like, as long as it has a name, that name is probably thought out by the author, right? I'm not thinking about the eye in terms of like what the Nomai thought of it. I just think of it as, you know, I'm trying to envision why the developers named it the eye, you know? Yeah, it's called that for a reason, right? The eye is either the observer or your scout. So yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting name when what Solemn kept like the question Solemn prompted us is what happens when an observer enters the eye, when the eye itself is an observer. So yeah, I still like my theory that, you know, the eye is a device that, you know, is capable of observing things. But, you know, maybe you can just throw because it has the capability of storing all the possibilities and also collapsing it into one. It needed some form of agency to do so, and by that, a player character who can, you know, enter it and, you know, interfere with its process. It's a mistranslation. It was originally I, like a pirate agreeing with you. Really? That's lame? Calling it the I is so much better. What the fuck? Originally, the Hearthians were also called the Arthians. Wait, is that real? That sounds like a joke name to give something, but welcome to the stream, Fry Doom Guy. Welcome back. We just saw like 2 of these videos. Bro, it took me 2 hours to go through 2 videos that adds up to like maybe 25 minutes. No, less than that. Why am I like this, man? Okay, let's just watch Details of Mist now.
Hello everyone, I am the Lore Explorer and
hello everyone.
This is Outer Wild, a handcrafted
oh my god, he has a mod that okay.
Solar system that gives you free reign to explore anywhere you'd like. But since there are 5 planets, a few moons, and a few space stations, it's pretty easy to miss out on some of the cool things that develop.
This guy is... The nerd energy is so strong with this one. Holy shit. I'm sorry, but... the delivery is so good.
...have put in the game. Since
you need to watch the intro review bruh video too, okay.
Most people only play through it once. I figure I'll make this video to give everyone the chance to see how much love and care was put into the small details in the game.
Just so you know, if I were watching this not on stream, I would have skipped like the entire intro.
As always, this
because I don't like this corny shit.
Outer Wilds. To be honest, there are so many small details in Outer Wilds, I'm not even sure where to start. I guess we can start with
Can we jump straight into it?
This is actually the in-universe name the Hearthians came up with for their very own solar system.
Yep,
we find they used the name on the map located in our ship. We can also find a poster behind our space.
This is not details that I've missed. It's just so blatantly obvious.
How best
it's got soul. I think it's a little too much though. Like if I were to make a video on things, I want to cut to the chase immediately. I don't want to be inserting my personality into every word I utter because that's just annoying.
I think the eject button is probably well known throughout the community by now, but I'm not sure how many people know the ship
I did not
has
know
an
that.
altimeter. If you
okay, this I do realize.
And look to the right of your screen.
I did not realize there was an eject button, which is my bad. But I did realize that this is a thing. I was actually looking at this for launching my ship off of Timber Hearth at the very start of the game.
It actually has an altimeter. If you go into landing cam mode and look to the right of your screen, you see a tube with a small figurine of the ship inside.
Yep.
It also has a green liquid that will rise or fall according to the level of the surface below. This gives us an estimation of our position.
Wait, you never noticed it?
Relative to the surface. Having this actually makes landing cam something that you can use, but it's something I see a lot of people have no idea about.
Really? It's so obvious. I kept staring at it. I mean, the fact that there's a compass on the left that is very obvious makes you want to see what's over on the right to balance it out, right?
One of the small details I missed during my first playthrough is actually kind of touching. Before we even leave Timber Hearth, we are able to play hide and seek with a couple of young Hearthians.
And then I thought it was like boring, and I want to, like, I low-key regretted doing that because it took a lot of time.
One of the kids, Tefra.
Yeah, I love my landing cam. You guys know that.
Tries to hide in the Hearthian Museum, but they get kicked out and yelled at by Hornfells.
Aww.
After we find them, we can head up to get our launch codes from Hornfells, and on our way back down to the elevator to get on the ship, Tefra has left their friend to come wish us a farewell.
Aww.
They tell us that they are worried that we might die or get
lost.
Oh,
I think I've seen that actually.
Space, just like Feldspar did. After all, we are not as good as an astronaut as Feldspar was.
I remember seeing
everyone
this.
Would be terribly sad if we.
I remember going through this conversation.
Get hurt or lost.
Or maybe I misremembered, but yeah.
We can reassure Tefra that everything is going to be fine. During my first playthrough, I didn't realize this was the same young Hearthian that we played with. So
yeah,
it was
I didn't
touching
realize
me to
it
find that
either.
out.
But
The Hearthians have a few
cool.
cool things scattered throughout their town as well. Getting on some of the roofs of the houses here, we can find the Hearthians actually use solar panels to power their homes in a sustainable fashion.
I would not have thought that these were solar panels, but cool.
We can also find a bigger version of our little scout in orbit around Timber Hearth. Down on the surface, we can control a camera that's on board this satellite for something called postcards from orbit. It lets us
Wait, what the fuck is this? I've never seen any of this.
Down on the surface, we can control a camera that's on board this satellite for something called postcards from orbit. It lets us stream a real-time image.
Where is this building even located at?
Directly to a large screen that's in front of us.
Wow.
The Hearthian children probably have a lot of fun playing with this thing, especially if they're also playing with a model ship at the same time. Staying on Timber Hearth, we can head over to the giant waterfall to find a cool little detail. Below the broken bridge, we can see a mural the Nomai had created depicting their arrival on Timber Hearth.
Wow, stuff I've never seen. Cool.
A shuttle next to a waterfall and a few trees. But the interesting thing is, both of the Nomai have different colored suits on. The one on the left interesting thing is, both of the Nomai...
Have we seen this? I think we've seen this, because we know that we saw that they observed our little Hearthian babies crawl out of the water. I don't know if this is where the same mural is at.
A shuttle
probably
next to a waterfall and a few trees.
Right?
But the interesting thing is,
I don't know.
Both of the Nomai have different colors.
Oh yeah, speaking of like Hearthian stuff, that cave on the cave was named like Cave 2 or Cave B or something like that. And then I kept wondering to myself, where the hell is cave number 1 if we were at cave number 2? But we never found it. So
suits on.
Okay, different suits.
The one on the left matches the color of suits we find on most of the Nomai in the game. But if you are observant and you're willing to get really close to a Nomai who has been dead for 280,000 years, you can see the original Nomai who got stranded inside Dark Bramble had blue suits. When the Nomai got stranded on separate planets, they must have had to switch up the color of their suits for some reason. So the mural is depicting an original survivor of the Nomai and one of the younger generations who may have been born in this system arriving at Timber Hearth via Nomai shuttle.
Interesting.
Something easy to miss in...
Again, I think it's kind of circumstantial. Maybe the devs didn't even think to do that. They just wanted to mix up the colors a little bit. But the fact that there's different colored suits and then there's also what was written on the mural is kind of interesting.
Unless you're a geologist or a botanist, is the naming scheme for characters in Outer Wilds.
They're all like gemstones, yeah.
The Nomai are named after species of plants, while the Hearthians are named after different types of rocks. As a bonus, I learned...
Oh, rocks. It's not gems, it's rocks. So, wait. So Hearthians... Wait.
A botanist is the naming scheme for characters in Outer Wilds. The Nomai are named after species of plants.
Okay, Nomai is species of plants, and then Hearthians are species of rocks, or like types of rocks. Interesting. I think he's right about this one, though. Yeah, I buy it.
The Hearthians are named after different types of rocks. As a bonus, I learned that my cat Solemnum is actually named after a potato plant.
Solemnum is a potato! Yes! Sol and alum means a year, so it's a light year. Interesting. But he's a potato!
Fun!
He's a potato plant! Oh, she is a potato plant. Whatever. Yes, Solemnum. We are one of the... We share the same ancestor, it turns out, because we're both potatoes. Fun!
Another interesting detail is while the Nomai have gender, the Hearthians are a genderless species, not having male or female.
Really?
One of the stranger details in the game is revealed by another Nomai mural. The mural depicts Nomai having discovered
this one. Yeah,
our
we've seen
genetic
that.
ancestors. A fish with 4 eyes just starting to grow limbs and emerge onto land.
Yep, that's us.
Players can actually still find this fish all over the place,
but
not where you may think. We don't find these fish in the streams of Timber Hearth. We find them in the tin cans and soup.
Oh my god. So we're eating... Wait, I thought those were us in the past. But I guess not? The fuck?
Hearthians actually catch, cook, and eat their genetic ancestors.
Okay. I mean, it's like us eating chimpanzees or monkeys, right? Like, not necessarily ancestors, but just like genetically similar species.
Which, to be honest, is a detail that I could have gone with missing. But,
Yeah.
speaking of evolution and biological progression, everybody's favorite scaredy cat, Rebik, is a bit unique among the Hearthians.
Does he have more fingers?
Getting close to them and paying attention reveals that they actually have one more finger than the normal Hearthians.
Oh yeah, he does. See? I would have noticed if I spent more time looking at him, I guess. And knowing that there's something I missed there.
3. This is actually probably what allows him to slap on that banjo like a champ.
Yep.
A cool little feature of the Hearthian village is they actually have a small cemetery behind one of the buildings. It's nice to see that they pay respects to those who pass, even though this is sort of an Easter egg. This next object is actually an Easter egg as well. But since it's so hard to find and so incredibly easy to miss,
it's so gross as well. I don't like this object.
I think it's a good place to show the Fig's backer satellite. A satellite put in the game for people who help fund it through a crowdsourced website. They got to choose images or phrases, and we can even hear a Mickey Mouse-like voice say, "We're off, like a dirty shirt in the wash."
The impression is pretty on point. But, damn. So at least we now know what it says.
Cool thing sort of like that is the Nomai probe we see launch at the beginning of every loop.
Yep.
If we keep our eye on the probe, we can actually chase it down in our spaceship. And getting close to it, we see it's actually kind of bigger than our spaceship and has some detail to it. Etched on its side is a symbol depicting the eye of the universe. The fact that the devs put detail into a probe...
Because they expected people to install mods or just like data mine or just fly all over the place to see 3D textures. So, I mean, when they designed that thing, they probably expected it to be a more prominent part of the game, which is why it has so many details. It ended up being, you know, something that we don't really see too often, but still.
Probe that immediately flies out of the solar system is just amazing to me.
Pretty cool.
Something else I find pretty cool is we can actually ram the volcanic rocks from Hollow's lantern to cause them to break up before they hit the surface of Brittle Hollow. It'll likely damage your ship, but at least we can save the poor surface integrity of Brittle Hollow for a little while.
Yep.
One thing some people are surprised to learn is how Hollow's lantern actually has something on it. The Nomai actually landed on it somehow, and inside of one of the volcanoes is a Nomai communications board.
I was forced to figure this shit out because I needed to fill in the logs. So,
where the Nomai admit to using it as a volcano forge. This is where they tested the material for heat resistance to use as a protective shield around the Ash Twin Project's core.
Cool. That was cool. That was cool. I really liked that part. I really like how the lore, like there being some lore on that, on Hollow's lantern, a very tiny moon, and kind of like, you know, tucked away, but also it making sense because that would be a perfect spot to test out the ores they mine up over at Timber Hearth. Is cool to me.
Touching detail that is easily missed can be found after we locate Feldspar. Afterwards, we can tell Hornfels that we found Feldspar.
We did that too.
But they decided not to immediately come home with us. Hornfels is ecstatic that we found them and that they're safe, but...
I think we did that at least, because I went to the museum one time and then we talked to some people about it, right? Have we done this? Yeah, the makes the world feel lived in.
Not at all surprised by them not coming home with us right away. Nonetheless, Hornfels is going to send Gossin to try to find them and bring them home.
I remember this.
Although thinking about it, we may have just doomed Gossin to a fate inside Dark Bramble.
True.
Oh no. Maybe we should...
I feel like we should have more faith in them though.
Hope the sun explodes before they get there. Speaking of Dark Bramble, anglerfish aren't the only life form that we can find there. We can actually find centipedes floating around the interior.
This dude is so insistent on the centipedes because it's his discovery, right? So he brings it up every single video.
It makes sense that these little things could live and thrive off of Dark Bramble's vines. Plus, I think it's cool that there's a bit more life in the solar system. But they're a bit tough to find when you're on a computer. I hear on consoles they're all over the place though.
Oh, really? Huh. So different versions of the game have different amounts of these little guys.
Bramble bonus, the anglerfish have, like, spikes that stick out as they chase you. And I'd be willing to bet that most people don't turn around and look at anglerfish while they chase you, so not many people probably know about them.
Huh, okay. I never noticed them. I just know that there's a bunch of teeth. Yeah, that's a weird difference. I wonder why, right? Between versions of the game, there's more centipedes in one and less in the other.
This next detail was actually added in an update to the game. Below Church Camp lay an entrance to a cave system in which we can find multiple chambers full of fossilized ancient sea life. When the water dried up here, it left us with a deposit of well-preserved fossils from various species.
Yo, that's cool, but I don't know where this cave is.
Some of these things are pretty freaking big. One example you could sort of assume, but people don't usually bother to check, is each Nomai statue we find throughout the game actually has a corresponding mask inside the Ash Twin project.
Yep.
Each Nomai would be connected to a statue, and each statue is connected to
I don't think I've ever seen all 6 statues, but
apparently we're lucky.
We've seen at least like we've seen the one for us in the museum. We've seen the one for is it Gabro at Giant's Deep, and then there's multiple ones at like various unique locations. I think we've seen maybe 3 or 4.
Our statue's mask isn't the one lying broken on the floor. At the Nomai construction yard, we can find that the circular grav floors used to make the orbital probe cannon have inactive gravity wells that would allow the Nomai to move parts with ease and precision. They probably use these to get access to hard areas as well, allowing them to perform any work they needed to wherever they needed.
Yep.
The Nomai really made good use of these gravity crystals.
Yep, it's cool.
We can actually find the birthplace of their discovery and the later workshop constructed to study and create the gravity crystals.
Okay, so yeah, it makes sense for some areas to have like a bunch of them because that's where they came from, I guess.
The shelves of Brittle Hollow, we find a few broken gravity crystals. This might be where the Nomai discovered the inherent effects of Brittle Hollow's crust and started experimenting to try to utilize.
So they like this dude included this detail into his like timeline video because, again, just a cool concept, cool theory. We figured that bit out without bothering to check the details. Okay.
It's the effect. As soon as they found out they could actually make something useful in the form of gravity crystals, they made an entire workshop to produce them. One cute little detail that is often overlooked is a young Nomai's poem in the temporary city on Brittle Hollow. A young Nomai named Ilix has gotten the artistic bug and has put together something about the black hole.
Have I found this before?
Look out below. Look out for the gravity hole. For should you slip and lose your grip, then into space you'll go.
Yeah, I think I've seen
bonus,
this. Yeah,
if we look closely at this young Harthian's writing compared to an adult's writing, you can see that the adult Nomai's writing is neat and compact, while the
yeah, I pointed this out, didn't I? Because there were other like children writing over at the Sunless City, and then I was like, doesn't the squigglies look a little a lot smaller? And to be fair, now that we're comparing them like right next to the adult ones, it's also less compact. So yeah, I pointed out the difference.
Children's writing is all wiggly and overall more messy.
Yep.
The adult Nomai seem to use their staff to write, but I'm guessing the young Nomai had to write by hand to learn the language, and this is why it's all messy.
Interesting.
One of the details I find the coolest is how the Nomai projection pole actually uses a liquid below you to project your image to the corresponding pole.
Oh, it's a
This
liquid.
allowed the two Nomai
I didn't really realize that they needed a liquid to do this, but cool.
separate locations to have conversations effectively face to face. And I must say,
so it's like a freaking like imagine like a meeting where everyone goes on their Zooms. It's like that, but VR, right?
we look excellent as a golden statue.
Also, like it looks like reminds me of like all those movies with like people meeting up and then they just project a hologram, a hollow something. So yeah, that's cool.
We should get a tiny version made up for the ship. I didn't realize this until I beat the game several times over, but when I did, it blew my freaking mind.
Yeah, how the hell do you project yourself? I don't know how you can do this, but
detail I didn't notice until a kind viewer pointed it out to me is a couple of the symbols the Nomai use. The symbol for the Eye of the Universe has a hollow center depicting its eye shape, But if you take the symbol the Nomai used for the quantum moon and plug it into this
what? Oh my god, that's so cool.
Spot, it actually fills in the void, and they merge to become one symbol.
Yeah, holy shit, did not notice that. Yeah, I mean, some of the lines that fit, like the bottom of this, they all kind of fit. It's just a little offset, but I think, yeah, that's neat. Yeah, I agree.
It's pretty cool that the Nomai use these symbols to show us that the quantum moon came from the eye. One of the details I find most interesting about the Nomai and the symbols they left behind is one I can't particularly explain. For some reason, the Nomai encircled each of the white hole teleportation pads with a series of stones.
I don't know if I've ever noticed the stones, but he's right.
We find this pattern on every planet, with them even freezing them in place on brittle hollows and inverted warp paths.
Wait, freezing them in place? How the hell does that work?
On Earth, I think things like this are meant to be a sign to future generations that this location may be important.
No, I think they just marked out where they wanted to build the hole and how big it should be with the stones, because it just makes sense, right? If you want to mark out a construction site, whether you're playing Minecraft or anything, you might just chuck out the stones to mark out like its general vicinity and how big it should be. Because they're trying to build literal identical structures, so they might as well do that, right? Yeah, it's like spiral writing. The half of the swastika is not too weird. Wow.
But really, I have no idea why the Nomai would have done this. In any case,
I mean, it makes logical sense for them to do it, so...
It's interesting as hell, because
It's not interesting as hell, it's just something you would do. Like, if you play Minecraft, if you ever wanted to construct, like, a building, that's what you do to mark out the general area, no?
I had to have a reason to do it, and I'd like to know that reason.
What?
As a
Well, the reason is very simple. It's a natural thing for people to do. Even though I've never noticed there being stones, it just makes sense for them to mark it out.
Bonus for the teleportation pads, you can actually use your scout to trigger them and test the waters. We also happen to get a great view of the teleportation in action when we do this. The last few details I have are sort of related to gameplay. Throughout the game, our player character dies repeatedly and in a variety of wacky ways. Depending on what hijinks we got into last loop, our character will wake up with a different reaction.
Yep, okay, this I did point out. Chat, didn't I say every single time we suffocate to death, the character goes like, when he wakes up, right? That's not something that happens every single loop.
When we suffocate, our character wakes up gasping for air.
Yup, there we go. I called this one out.
If we meditate, we wake up sort of relaxed as if it were all just a dream.
True.
One thing I find really cool is they actually made the marshmallow
My man finally touches on gameplay after 1 hour of footage.
roasting mechanic relatively useful to the player. If we get hurt while out exploring somewhere and our ship is too far away, all we need to do is find a campfire and pull out our can of marshmallows.
I didn't know that until a viewer told me.
Setting up one of these bad boys to perfection will refill your health bar to full. I honestly didn't notice this until someone told me, but it's a nice little detail.
Yep, someone in chat told me this, and I never made use of it, so...
As a bonus for the marshmallows, the supernova will actually catch the whole thing on fire. One of the last details that people may have missed during their play.
Wow, okay, that's cool. I've never tried that. Well, why would I? But, yeah, that's cool.
Is at the eye of the universe. If we teleport there and just watch the sky from the vessels surrounding the eye, we can watch as all the stars slowly begin to fade out. We can watch until the outer wild system star explodes, and then the remaining lingering stars begin to blink out one by one, until eventually they are all gone.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize they would all be gone, but it makes sense because the universe is dying, right?
Now, it's not the happiest detail in the world, but it's something cool they added to depict the universe, and it's something easily missable in the excitement of making it to the eye.
True.
As a bonus fact, just so we don't end on a sad note, Rutao, the adorable old Hearthian rocking back and forth in the rocking chair.
Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever met him because I don't remember being here. Or maybe I have at the very start of the game. At the very, very start of the stream. The first stream I did for the game.
Is actually the mayor of our little crater. The mayor likes to sit next to the Museum of the Outer Wild Adventurers. I bet this is because they are so proud of their species' achievements that this is where they want to be, which I find adorable.
Interesting.
But that's about all the small details I can think of right now. The sad thing about it is I'm sure
I mean, this looks really cool. I don't know how he did it, but
there are probably so many more
cool
details that slip right past me in my 170 odd hours of playing the game.
And then he just casually flexes his 170 hours in the game.
I'd like to thank the subscriber Blapature for creating an amazing list of details in the community post when I asked the community for details. I found it very helpful and even learned a few things reading it, so I really appreciate it.
Alright.
Hopefully, watching the video...
He doesn't know about the ceiling hand. Yeah, so what is the ceiling hand then? Was it added recently? Oh, no. Okay, wait. He probably did not mention it because this video came out before the DLC? Maybe? Review, bruh. Oh, you have 105 hours? Yo, Jaifish. Wait, is this guy? Is this guy the dude? Okay, I'll watch a random one.
Hello everyone! This is Running on Empty.
Okay.
Food review.
Yeah, they sound identical. What the hell? They deliver those sentences like in a similar tone. Okay, wait. I have to turn off the light again because it's getting really freaking annoying. It's heating up the entire room and I don't like it. Off you go. I'd rather have like flickering lights on my above my head than like have literally irate amounts of light coming from the other side of the room. So this dude is so weird. Is he? He's got 2.66 million subs. This dude is internet gold and an international treasure of wholesomeness. I don't think I would enjoy his content, but okay, that's good to know. That's a guy. That's a guy on the internet. And he's made videos reviewing a bunch of shit, I bet. Damn. Yeah, I don't know what to do after this because I think I've seen all the videos I want to see. Have I? Oh. I think I've seen all the videos I wanted to see. Yeah. I guess we can watch this one. The last one I care about. I don't really care about the DLC shit because I don't think it's like... I think it's very straightforward what happened on the stranger. So... Oh, his honest take? I don't want to shit on someone if they don't have the same opinion as mine. I did mention last time that maybe he doesn't like the DLC as much. That's why he used this clickbaity title, which probably would echo mine. But I've already talked so much about the DLC that I don't really want to go over it again. You know. Okay, I'll watch this as like the final video and just conclude my own Ultra Wild series.
Hello, everyone. I am the...
Oh, he sounds different and less cheerful in this one. Can't make you do it, just suggesting shit. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Lore Explorer, and this is Outer Wilds. Today, we're going to take a quick look...
They sound identical to the other guy. To Review Bruh. Review Bruh just sounds more enthusiastic. He just sounds more like, hello. I'm dying inside, but I want to make the script sound less dead. So here I go. I'm gonna talk in this tone, you know. It's funny. I mean, it's nothing wrong with it. I just find it a little funny.
Common misconceptions a lot of people seem to believe after finishing the game.
Okay,
and for
let's hear it.
I don't really blame them. A lot of the logs that clear things up are like very short or well hidden. But I think it'll be fun and useful to the community to list some of these and explain them away.
Okay,
and as
go
always,
ahead.
This video will contain spoilers for
Also, this video has an incredible like to dislike, not even dislike ratio, just an incredible amount of likes. So I wonder why. Probably just more views.
We will go for a 2-for-1 on one of the most fundamental mechanics in the game and how it's actually caused. Neither the sun station nor the interloper colliding with the sun causes the sun to go supernova.
Yep.
The sun station's logs tell us unequivocally that the sun station failed, and it could never cause the sun to explode.
Mm-hmm.
It also tells us how long until our sun naturally dies right from the beginning.
Yep.
It's certainly unexpected to the
So,
but
so yeah, this is something I wouldn't say I was like satisfied about, because I thought it's kind of lame in a way that, you know, again, it's not something that's caused by anything. It's just literally the universe happened to die when we happen to be a Hearthian exploring space for the first time. Like, it's so many coincidences put together that I think it's less convincing, but we have ultimately just accept it as a fact, I guess. He has a strong dying inside energy, as per the famous "my disappointment is immense and my day is ruined" meme. Yeah, I don't know, because he's trying his best to like liven up to make his script sound less fucking I wanna die type. You know, I like, it's a script and it's boring and I have to read off of it type energy, but yeah.
our sun is just dying naturally.
I think I would die more inside if I had to talk the way he does in his intro.
As the sun begins to expand, it grows larger than the orbit of the interloper, which causes the interloper to impact the swollen sun. The sun and counter until the natural...
I mean, to be fair, chat did help me figure this out as well, because... well, not really like figure it out, but like point it out so I can talk about it, right?
To impact the swollen sun. The sun and counter until the natural sun depth doesn't change a bit when this happens. We just kind of hear a splash, burble, and the interloper's gone. Now, at least in the case of the sun station.
How the fuck do you fly so well? Is he using some kind of mod? Because the sun would have like had your ship gravitate towards it and just kill it, no?
This misconception is by design. The devs sort of want you to think that you can just shut down the sun station to stop the supernova.
Yeah. I think, yeah, they did want to mislead us a little bit at the very start, right? Because I've always thought that, oh, some evildoer wanted our sun to go supernova and somehow triggered it. I think I mentioned it one time at the start of some loop that I was like, I wonder who is behind this, right? And then I wondered if the dude that disappeared was behind all of this because he found some secrets by exploring like Dark Bramble and saw like some ancient Nomai writing or technology, and he just decided to press the button. I legitimately think that someone caused it, but at the end it's not that, and it's a little disappointing. But again, it's like it's both good and bad in a way, so... Did you just put on lipstick or something? Analog thrusters. Movement is how? Wait, did I put on lipsticks? No. Wait, why would you think that I put on lipsticks? In a way, you experience a similar level of disappointment as the Nomai did when you figured out the sun station didn't work. Yeah, that's true. Shanzikul? Welcome to the stream. You're right. You're absolutely right. To me, I just think the story would be more... Like, I didn't go into Outer Wilds expecting our experience as a Hearthian to be so driven by the environment. Like, literally, we have control over nothing, right? But that's also just a theme you would have to explore, because just by virtue of having the story set in space. Oh god, I just froze. Oh no, I have to charge my phone. I don't want to do that. I probably won't do that. But yeah, just the fact that you explore space, there's so much emptiness, there's so little things alive and like that would react to what you do, that it makes you crave for some kind of... It doesn't matter whether it's evil or good, you just want something out there that exists to kind of interact with me, and that was what I expected at the very beginning, seeing seeing that something got launched out of the probe launcher, not knowing what it was, thinking that it must be what causes the sun to explode, and there must be someone behind all of this, right? The way your model moved for a bit was odd, not quite like eating or drinking. Bro, is my stream haunted? Is this what you're trying to tell me? I think I might just be licking my lips or doing some weird shit with my lips. I don't know. I don't know, man. Don't please, man. The stream isn't haunted. I hope not. The lights aren't flickering anymore anyways.
Get there. It tells us that this isn't the case, and it straight up tells us our sun is dying of natural causes. Nothing we can do can stop this from happening.
True.
But it's sort of something the devs wanted us to think, to keep us engaged in the game until we uncover the deeper mystery actually going on.
And I think it worked really well. Like, credit where credit's due. Even though I don't, I feel disappointed, it's the right amount of disappointment. Like, it serves to add a layer to the story, right? It's not there just for the sake of disappointing you. So I think that's cool.
Once we do, it's easy not to get around to going to the sun station, so that never gets cleared up for a lot of people. Other logs on the Nomai vessel confirm that not only is our sun unexpectedly going supernova, but suns all over the universe are blowing up out of nowhere. These logs themselves...
I don't think it's out of nowhere. I think the logs told us that the universe is just old enough to, commit Hadoka at the same time, you know?
...are a source of confusion. They seem to be not from the time that the vessel was manned. The vessel has actually received these messages more recently, and it's a conversation between what seems to be the last living Nomai in the universe.
Oh. I never bothered figuring out when the messages arrive, but I thought that it doesn't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. It literally doesn't matter whether these messages came before or after the vessel got stuck in Bramble. To me, it's world building. It doesn't, as long as it's there, it's fine. You don't have to really figure out when it happened, but it makes sense for it to have happened after the vessel crashed.
A lot of people seem to think that it was from the time that, the Nomai and Eskel's clan actually flew through the universe in the vessel.
I mean, to be fair, if these messages arrived before they flew their vessel to our solar system, probably they did it because it would help them find a safe spot. To me, why someone might want to locate the source of the signal that is older than the universe would be because everything around you is exploding and you just want to find a safe place to stay at. And maybe the source of the universe is the safest place for you to park your ship or whatever, harness energy. Who knows, right? So whether the message came before or after, it doesn't really matter again, because both narratives work.
But we don't know if they are a week old or 100,000 years old.
True.
But we do know none of Eskel's clan was here to respond to it.
True.
If I had to guess, I'd say they are less than 1,000 years old, and there very well may be a group of Nomai still alive around the Black Rock Sun,
probably
inside the gloaming galaxy.
There's no reason to believe that any other Nomai outside of the group we saw skeletons of had died to mysterious circumstances, right? Because this group of Nomai literally died to ghost matter, something that nobody anticipated to have played a role in the story, and there it is. So
that leads us to another topic of confusion. What killed the Nomai to begin with? And how did the Harthians survive that event? Now,
because water?
This one's a bit strange, because the misconception comes after the answer to the initial question. The interloper held a large condensed shell that held inside a strange form of deadly matter. As the interloper got close to the sun,
I low-key wanted, what I wanted to see at the interloper, at the core of the interloper, was us dying upon touching, the core. But I'm pretty fucking sure that I hugged the thing, or maybe there wasn't ghost matter there. Whatever the case be, I was so close to the freaking core, the source of the ghost matter, that I probably should have died, but I didn't, right? You'd rate it, my disappointment is within margins of error, and my day is actually out of 10, okay.
The matter overcame its shell and exploded, covering the entire solar system.
Oh, my day is I. out of 10. Okay.
And this ghost matter is what they called it. This killed every single Nomai inside of the solar system.
Yep.
But if the ghost matter killed the Nomai, why didn't it kill the Harthians as well? The hint of this lies in other life forms found throughout our solar.
Oh, yeah, because the jellyfishes is what... Okay, the jellyfishes explains or makes it obvious that water... everything that lives in water is kind of like immune to the ghost matter.
System. Almost all of them are aquatic species.
Yeah, okay, aquatic species. I don't think there's water or any form of like aquatic environment for to justify the existence of this, what is it called again? Anglerfish? But sure.
We can even
Makes sense.
this basic theory. We are able to drill first a tunnel filled with ghost matter as long as it's submerged in water on Giant's Deep after it's been flung by a tornado and received back down to the planet.
Oh,
and
wow,
since there's
okay.
nails showing that the Harthians were in a tadpole-like state at this time, they were safe from such a cataclysmic event.
Yep.
Next up is a pretty big one, and to be fair, I don't think it's written anywhere. But shutting down the ATP would not cause space-time to shatter. Not only do the Nomai symbols already exist for the coordinates to the eye of the universe, but there's no physical object in space-time that shouldn't be there, that no longer has a path back to where it belongs.
Wait, what the fuck does that mean? Wait. Water shielding from radiation is a thing. That's why you store nuclear fuel rods in water. So you're telling me that the ghost matter is radioactive?
For the coordinates, not only. Next up is a pretty big one.
I don't really know what he's trying to say here. Oh, I have the audio volume messed up. I apologize.
But shutting down the
because I forgot his videos are slightly quieter.
ATP would not cause space-time to shatter. Not only do the Nomai symbols already exist for the coordinates to the eye of the universe, but there's no physical object in space-time that shouldn't be there.
Physical object? So, remember earlier on I was saying like what would happen if we decided to shut down the ATP after it's looped a billion times? We've actually done that by taking out the core, right? Or like what the Nomai would have done. My question was what the Nomai would have done if the ATP worked and then they wanted to stop the cycle. To me, it still doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but now he's trying to explain it. Explain that the object has to be physical. Like the breaking of space-time has to be a physical discrepancy. So it doesn't matter, our memories won't cause like a fucking paradox or anything like that at all, because it's not a physical thing. Because the thing that's traveling back in time is not physical. If you don't activate the ATP, it's also, I don't know, but then again, why would the core end up, okay, like if we take out the core to disable the ATP, right? Wouldn't the core being inside the center of the ATP to activate it and now being in our hands and us then stopping the ATP by removing it physically create like a paradox? There is still a paradox. All the physical shit is built manually before the time weirdness activates. Yeah, I see that. I see what that means, but the fact that we stop the loop is what causes the whole paradox to happen. And I think you can only explain this or avoid the paradox by like building a timeline or having just multiple timelines that allows for multiple universes, right? Again, we can watch that minute physics video if you're interested in looking at like different types of timelines in different sci-fi stories, but maybe I'm just not envisioning a version that makes it work, you know?
That no longer has a path back to where it belongs.
But this guy also says it has to have a path to go back to where it belongs. So as long as it's physically able to be put back into the ATP, like the core, right? I'm talking about the advanced core. Even if we take it out, as long as we can put it back in, or there's a possibility, or it's completely feasible for it to be slotted back in, we're not breaking space-time. I can see why I can see why that's the conclusion. I kind of buy it, honestly. I don't mind it.
Ultimately, there is no in-game proof of this, but I'm pretty sure it was addressed in an AMA on Reddit with Mobius. Unsurprisingly, that's not the only misconception caused by the ATP. While visiting the ATP, we noticed 3 of the masts are active, while only 2 Hearthians are connected to the statues.
Yep. And then I also wondered who the last guy is, but...
This leads a lot of people, including myself to begin with, to
Solemnum?
believe that there must be a Nomai somewhere who is also connected to the Ash Twin project.
It's just Solemnum, right?
Maybe it's even Solemnum.
Yeah.
Thorough exploration reveals the culprit is actually the probe tracking module from the orbital probe cannon.
Oh, so I was wondering why the mask was there.
The tracking module had to be connected to the Ash Twin projects so it could store and send back the results and
right. I think a chatter told me this and I forgot.
trajectories of the probe that it's taken throughout its loops.
What?
Send back the results and trajectories of the probe that it's taken throughout its loops. If the probe found the eye, the Ash Twin project would activate the rest of the statues, alerting the Nomai.
So if wait.
Probe found the eye.
If the probe found the eye,
the Ash Twin project would activate the rest of the statues, alerting the Nomai their plan was successful. This is also something people get confused about. The time loop does not begin when the player character is connected to the statue. It's just the first time our memories were sent back.
Yep.
So it's the first time that we notice it from our perspective.
Yep.
But by the time we start the game, the orbital probe cannon has launched and recorded over 9 million loops.
Yep.
Only when the probe finds the eye does the statues activate and connects the closest living being.
Oh, what? Okay, so I'm glad I clicked on this video. It's really good. Solves a lot of mysteries. So the reason why the statue chose us isn't because we're the lucky ones, but because that's when it chose us, that's exactly when the probe located the eye. Yo. Shanza cool. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, could have been anyone. Yeah, it could have been anyone. We just happened to like I said. I think I said this when I was playing the game. We were just in the right place at the right time, but I didn't realize that the right time was when the probe saw the eye of the universe, or got close enough to it to know its coordinates, right?
To it into the memory. This is where the player character and Gabbro comes in. Another thing that has caused a bit of confusion is the Figs Backer satellite.
Figs Backer satellite.
A satellite in game that resembles the Voyager probe sent out by the United States in the 70s. This
it has like the metal plate with like all the freaking dumb symbols, the mathematical symbols, as an attempt to show them, what humanity was like, right?
To the conclusion that humans must exist in this universe as well. We see humans in Dark Bramble as well. Both of these are just Easter eggs. The Figs Backer satellite was added as part of a kick.
It doesn't fucking fit the game, so there's no reason for anyone to think that this part of the game is canon, right? Because it's so out of place. There's no way.
Starter type reward, in which if you donated a certain amount of money to help develop the game, then you could add a picture or audio message hidden.
So the fact that some guy sent in his own selfie is never gonna cease to amaze me. Like, why would you do that? I don't know who did it, but yeah, I'm gonna... the devs are asking me to send in a funny photo or like a memorable photo, whatever. I'm just gonna like turn on my iPhone, take a picture of myself not even smiling, and just send it in. The balls that this man must have to do that. To literally have the game be, you know, what, I don't know, preserve your face is kind of funny. Yeah, there's no way this shit is canon. This is clearly an Easter egg, and it's not meant to be taken seriously, so.
Somewhere in the game. The secret node in Dark Bramble is a reference to the game Elsinore, in which we see this exact scene.
Okay.
Now, it's hard to pin these down as whether or not they're actually canon, but these,
probably not.
in my opinion, at least, and I think broadly in the community, it's accepted that these were not added to hint that the Outer Worlds universe is one with our own as humans in real life.
There's no reason, again, it doesn't make sense for you to play as aliens and to discover humanity that isn't even part of the narrative, you know? It just let it be. Nothing has to be, you know... Yeah, you're not supposed to think too hard about these things.
And I'll just touch on this one quickly, because I'm not sure how widespread it is, but during my post asking about the common misconceptions of the game, someone mentioned the 14.3 billion years later slide, and whether or not this is actually canon, and the answer is absolutely yes.
Why would this not be canon? What the fuck?
I'm thinking...
So you're playing the game to get a conclusion that isn't even, like, conclusive. Cool, you know?
For some people, seeing our little scout there makes it seem more like an Easter egg or just like a little, haha, this is cute. But this is all actually happening.
Okay, it doesn't fucking matter if it's happening. Again, like, shit don't matter, okay? Whether you shoot your scout into the cloud to get the, like, funny scout is here moment or not, it's up to debate, up to interpretation. In general, it doesn't fucking matter doesn't affect your interpretation or your, you know, your impression or your understanding of the story, so who cares, right?
It doesn't progress normally at the eye. The universe around it experienced 14.3 billion years, but for our little scout, it likely only experienced a few minutes or seconds even before it ended up 14.3 billion years away.
I don't know about that. I don't think so, man.
My buildings and tech do work after such a long time, but I doubt even the vessel's lights would actually work if they aged 14.3 billion years. Speaking of the...
What? Why is that an argument? What the fuck? That's not something anyone would argue for, I don't think. I mean, it doesn't even matter if that's the... I choose to believe that it's the same scout that we shot out. I just think that it's probably that old. It doesn't fucking matter if it's functional or not. It's just older than the rest of the universe. You know, it's like what the eye was. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Vessel, how did it end up inside Dark Bramble anyhow? A lot of people tend to think the eye sort of deliberately sent the Nomai there.
No. Their years materials aren't like ours, so it's a different universe is the argument, I think. How the fuck do you spot what kind of material is made out of? It's literally a speck within, like, that grand slideshow at the very end. And how does this matter? If it's not made of the same material, it just shows that there will always be some consistency between universes, because the person who observed this universe decided to put have the scout in mind when he designed it, right? Or whatever. So the scout exists. He's probably built by the people of that universe. So what, you know? And what if it's not? What if it's the exact scout that we shot into the smoke at the eye of the universe? That just means that the scout is that old and he's there because, you know, we shot it into the smoke. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make an impact in the narrative. You can explain it either way. That's why it doesn't matter. Hey, what's up, Bopus? We were just looking at more of the Lore Explorers videos. And you didn't miss much. I mean, the big discovery I made, not really a discovery, it's just something that never clicked to me, that never clicked in my head, is when the statues were activated. It's activated because the probe is linked to the memory module within the ATP, which activates the ATP that causes the other statues to search for whoever's nearest to it, and that's why and we got lucky, and that's why our Hearthian was chosen to be part of the ATP, right? So that part never clicked for me, because I was like, oh, there's a statue at the signal tracker or the probe tracker. I don't know what that means, but there's a statue, and then I just gloss over the implications. I think a chatter attempted to tell me that, but I never it never clicked. Like, I know that, okay, there's a statue there at the tracker. Don't know what that means. So that was my impression, but now that someone is actually telling me that that's the case is very helpful. By the way, my cheap like headphones, it's not headphones, it's earphones. My cheap like 30 HKD headphones keep making weird noises. Now it's making like this little... Oh god, the lights are flickering again. Am I being haunted? What the fuck? Or maybe I only noticed the light flickering because I'm talking about the headphones issue again. Okay, I'm gonna go turn on the other light so I doesn't notice the flickering. I'm not like perturbed by this. It just overloads my senses so I can't focus. It's a spoopy season. Is it about to be spoopy season? True. It's 27th of September. It's about to be October. You said so much about the probe. It's coming for you now. Oh no, the probe is coming for you after 9 million attempts. Or 9 whatever, however many zeros behind that number attempts.
But to me, it seems like more of a side effect from the dark bramble signal duplication phenomenon.
Wait, what is this again?
Speaking of the vessel, how did it end up inside dark bramble anyhow? A lot of people tend to think the eyes...
I think it's just coincidence. There's no reason for us to like theorize about why it ended up in dark bramble. It's just unlucky. You know, they just got unlucky. It happens.
Sort of deliberately sent the Nomai there. But to me,
no.
It seems like more...
Okay, like, why would anyone think that the eye participated in sending the Nomai somewhere else? Why would anyone think that? Because for me, the logical conclusion is that they saw the signal. They don't exactly know where it is. If they did, they wouldn't have to send out like a bunch of probes to locate it visually. So all they did was, oh, I want to go near the signal. Oh, that's a solar system that's close by. Let me go there. Oh shit, I got trapped by the bramble. That's literally it. Why is there anything, like, why are there mysteries behind this? The eye don't have the eye just naturally emits a signal. It's been emitting that for years and years, and that, like, however many millions of years, ever since the universe was created. And then Nomai and the Elks became like technologically advanced enough to pick it up. That's all that is, right? There's no, like, the eye is actually a living creature and it's sending out signals because it wanted to be found type theory, because it doesn't, like, it, you know, Occam's razor, right? It has no reason to have an agency. It's literally a celestial object that emits something. Like, if we look up to the skies, we see a light. That's a signal. But it's literally just because a sun or, you know, a star was there. Maybe however many light years away, and however many half-lives ago, you know. Doesn't matter. That's what I think, because that's the simplest and most convincing conclusion you can make from what we see in the game. So yeah, giving the eye agency and consciousness is just weird. Yeah, I agree.
More of a side effect from the dark bramble signal duplication phenomenon.
But so what this guy is trying to say is the reason why they thought the eye is at the dark bramble was because the dark bramble somehow like absorbed that signal and then started bouncing it all over the dark bramble itself within the seeds. And that's why the Nomai thought that that's where the eye of the universe is. Huh. I don't think so, man. I think that's complicating things. How would this guy, or okay, in order for you to detect a fucking signal, like the reason why we see on our screen there's a duplicate scout signal is because the scout is emitting the signal for our ship to catch with whatever detector we have on our ship, whether it be through radio waves, whatever magnetism waves, I don't know, whatever that is, right? Electromagnetic fields. It just caught the signal because we have a receiver on this end, and then the thing that's emitting the signal, that is the scout, is within the bramble. The eye of the universe isn't here, and it's not emitting the signal within the freaking bramble world. We don't see an eye, like a piece of a quantum thing in there to be able to, like, to be emitting a signal. So there's no reason for Nomai to come to bramble just because there's a duplicate signal of the eye, because the eye isn't even fucking in the bramble. The thing has to be inside the seed of the bramble in order to emit the signal that is duplicated. It doesn't sound plausible. It doesn't sound plausible, Canon. The thing that emits the signal has to be within a seed. You know? Okay, explain how you're picking up ghost signals on your earphones. Shut up. It's literally just the wire being cheap and making all kinds of scratchy noises. That's what it is. It's the cheapest earphones I've purchased ever in my life. And the reason why I have these is because I know my old pair of Apple earphones were about to break. And I still haven't purchased a set that would fit my the headphone jack on like anyone's PC. So I'm still looking out for that. But the physical store that's closest to us, the Apple store, the Apple physical, I don't know what those are called, man. Apple store. Oh, Genius bars. Oh, okay, the shop that I go to doesn't have a Genius bar, but you get what I mean, okay? We just don't have that shit right now. Like that shit's not being sold, and then every single time I've been there, I can't purchase a set, and then I asked the salesman there, and he's like, yo, just buy it online. And I'm like, bro, the reason why I'm here is because I don't want to buy it online, but whatever. You know. So yeah, I don't even know where I purchased these malfunctioning earphones, but they're just annoying me a little bit. If you don't get Apple ones, get ones with a replaceable cable. Do you have any recommendations? Because I don't want headphones that cover up your entire ear, because that's way too hot. I want them to be, I don't know what those are called, like pieces in your earpieces. And I also wanted to have a durable wire, and I also wanted to be shaped like that of Apple's. Like, I want it to be solid, and I don't want it to have like that soft, squishy part that sometimes comes with, like, that are like those wires that come with Samsung phones. IEMs. IEM headphones. What's with that knob? I don't want that knob. I don't want like a plastic flappy bit. You know what I mean when I say plastic flappy bit of the headphones that you're supposed to replace every now and then? I don't like those. Like, yeah, these ones. You see these like flappy plastic, soft plastic things that are supposed to fit your ear the best? I hate that stuff. I prefer like actual, just solid, irreplaceable plastic, because I'm less likely losing them. Dark Bramble can remit signals it receive and fool the Nomais. It sounds plausible to you? Why would it capture the eye signal though? Like, it doesn't have a receiver in the Dark Bramble, or the source of the signal in Dark Bramble, for it to be capturing a signal and releasing it towards somewhere else, right? I just think it just complicates things, especially when you consider the DLC. The DLC makes it clear that the prisoner was the one that turned on the signal very briefly. That was probably when Nomai's technology was advanced enough to capture the signal, and then that's why they got there, right? Like, why would you add such a twist and turn in the story about how, oh, it's actually the Dark Bramble who's emitting the signal, to throw you off this entire different loop of the story that can simply be like chopped off completely and have the story still work as intended? Like, I just don't understand why the devs or the writer has to add this hurdle that explains why the Nomai is trapped in Bramble. To me, what all they did was, oh, there's a solar system there that's close enough to the signal of the eye, because they still don't know if the eye is like good or bad in nature, right? To the elk people of the stranger, the signal is bad. But like, anyone who wanted to investigate the source of anything wouldn't go straight to it. I would never do that. I would just see, oh, there's a solar system there. Let's go there. Maybe refuel our ship, whatever. Okay, whatever you need from that solar system. Just go there because there's light there and there's a sun there and it's easy to navigate. And then we figure out how to get to the signal, or maybe that's close enough because the signal that they received probably is not as accurate as they would have wished. So they just go to whatever place that is close enough without crashing into a sun or a star, and just be like, oh, now I'm here. Okay, let's reroute and go to the place I actually want to observe, right? And then they just happen to come across the Bramble because it's a planet that is expanding and like trying to, reach out, and just happen to caught it between like the branches. That's how I see it, but I don't know.
The Nomai must have picked up the eye signal after it's bounced through Dark Bramble. So when they warped to the
I don't think so.
The signal was coming from, they ended up deep inside Dark Bramble. The last one I have...
All they need to do to end up deep inside Dark Bramble is to have their vessel in the vicinity of Dark Bramble, and then, by crashing into it, by just having any kind of momentum that can allow them to enter any one of those seats, they enter this elaborate maze that they can't escape. That's all it takes.
Here is a big one, and it's sort of important too. When we head to the Quantum Moon's fabled 6th location, we run into a Nomai named Solemn. It's really easy to just take this at face value. People mostly attribute that third mass to her, by the way. But she's not connected.
That's what I did. That's what I did until he's like, oh, it's not true. And I was like, oh, okay.
Statue. In fact, she's not even really alive. While talking to her, she even says she thinks her journey is at an end. Now, let me explain. When Solemn arrived on the Quantum Moon, she entangled with it. This creates many different possible versions of herself. We can find her skeleton around all 5 of the possible Quantum Moon orbits.
Yep. We saw one of them. And then, we've gone through this kind of when I went to this Quantum Moon, so...
If we want to keep it simple, anyway. These versions all died along with the rest of the Nomai in the ghost matter explosion many, many years ago.
I didn't attribute to this death to the ghost matter, though, because I think she probably died because she just entered the asshole of the Quantum Moon.
Yeah. But the versions of the Quantum Moon that...
Because you see, like... above this is an asshole. I don't know how to call it, the anus of the Quantum Moon or whatever, okay? Because we did what Solemn might have done. We literally jumped up into it and then we got sent to his body, right? Or maybe did I misremember? I think that's what happened. After we talked to Solemn, I jumped up and then we entered the anus. And then we came out where Solemn's body is. Or maybe I misremember things. But... And then earlier on, I suspected there were like different locations for where Solemn could end up because the 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 moon is literally like a reflection of what it's orbiting, so the terrain can change a bit. And you know, within the game's code, there's probably 5 different bodies where Solemnum could end up at, kind of. So Signal can just enter and bounce inside. True, I guess. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't affect. Like, if the occurrence of something within the story can be explained by, like, can be explained by so many different ways, you might as well just take the simplest answer, because it doesn't make the pacing of the story weird. You know, like I said, Occam's razor is the rule that says the simplest answer is probably the most realistic, or I don't really know what the definition of that is. But when a game talks about scientific discoveries and goes under like these scientific rules, you might as well accept Occam's razor as one of them and just go with the story that doesn't dig itself into a hole and have to explain itself with different means, or, you know, outside of just the, you know, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. All I'm saying is that it doesn't have to be that complicated. There's no reason for you to see Dark Bramble as a place that causes the Nomai to teleport there. They might just teleport there for a simpler reason. That is, you know, that does not involve fictional occurrences that is made up by the author just to explain something, you know? It's like the Eagles. It's like the Eagles and fucking Lord of the Rings. And I don't want to go through that same shit again, because any regular who's been on the stream before would know that I don't like the Eagles, because it's literally there. It's there to be cool and do nothing else. Yeah, here we go again. There's no reason for the Bramble's existence to be an eagle, okay? We don't need that shit. We don't need to like dig ourselves into a hole that we have to justify by adding more fictional and unconvincing or like theories that doesn't have enough evidence to prove that that's what happened, or you know what I mean? She died from ghost matter, not the Eyes version, since it was too far. Not the Eye version, since it was too far. But the 6th location, when Solemnum is at the 6th location, which I think is what it's called anyways, the moon is orbiting. Okay, wait a second. What was I trying to say? The reason why this Solemnum was alive was because the moon at that time was orbiting the Eye, which is far enough away from the ghost matter. Which is why she's alive here, but not in our solar system, right? So that means Solemnum is indeed killed by the ghost matter. The Quantum Moon Eye version. Quantum Moon Eye version. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean now, DJ. Yeah. So I just, yeah. You said what I just said now. Yeah. Okay. You're right.
Orbit the eye of the universe, we're out of the range of the ghost
matter
there he
explosion.
Goes. To keep it simple, we can say 5 out of 6 versions of Solemnum are dead. But not only that, we find out time doesn't really pass normally at the Eye. Even if Solemnum could technically leave the 6th location safely, it would never occur to her to do so. From her perspective, she's only been there for a minute or so. She's not aware that her whole clan has died, or
True.
who we are as a Hearthian.
Yeah.
Or even what a Hearthian is.
Yeah.
To her, our tadpole ancestors still exist. Now, there is one more thing about Solemnum I'd like to touch on. It's actually possible to finish the game without ever having met Solemnum. Now, if that happens,
is something we didn't do.
she won't end up at the ancient glade. She won't be present there. This actually changes the end slide slightly. The bug creatures we see in the end slide 14.3 billion years later simply won't be there if we never met Solemn. Now, why in the universe would that happen? Well, the Eye creates the ancient glade and possibilities for the next universe using our memories.
Again, I don't think the Eye does that. If the Eye has agency, the story would not be like this.
If we never met her, then we don't even know intelligent life forms in other forms are a possibility. We only know Hearthians. So, at least to me, it makes perfect sense.
No, but we also don't only know Hearthians, because we know Nomais exist. Like, what the fuck? What? We've seen their remnants, we've seen their corpses, we've seen their skeletons, we've seen their writing at least, if you've been to the museum at least once. Like, what?
That new intelligent life wouldn't exist as a possibility if we never actually met Solomon.
Not true, because we are aware of it. So this theory just contradicts itself. I don't know. It's,
But that's...
like I said, for the first thing he said was that the Eye read our memory, right? If he had read our memory, they would know Nomais existed. You know? I don't know what he's on about now, yeah.
It's just my thoughts on that, and I think it does clear things up quite well.
Okay.
It was neat thinking about how the game is so open and free that it creates an environment in which people are able to actually draw their own conclusions on things.
True.
And that's just amazing to me. But
True.
For now...
But then again, I don't think... Our Outer Wilds does have its open-ended part, which is the ending. But everything else is very concrete. Sure, you can like disagree on some minute details. Most of it is very straightforward. Most of it is can be agreed upon by everyone who has played it, so that's cool. What I never understood, why would there be 6 Solemnums when she landed on the quantum moon? She must have used the image method too. In doing so, as long as she's observing the moon, there should only be one moon, right? But it makes sense to me, but I don't know how to put it to words. It makes sense to me that there's 5, like so many of them. Because like he said, right, when you're entangled with quantum matter and no one is observing you or you're not observing yourself, you can be at different locations. Remember how you can ride that quantum rock into a different cave? Now, when you land on the quantum moon, you're still observing yourself. But in order to go to different locations, you need to turn off the flashlight and be in complete darkness. And by then, there's already all those possibilities. There's 6 of her. Or 6 of Solemn, and there's 6 of us when we land on the moon, because we did like the whole shrine thing where we turn off the flashlight, right? So the moment you turn off the flashlight, there's 5 possibilities. So there's gonna be one of us at every single version of the moon. So every single time we're entangled with quantum matter, we kind of generate a new timeline. That's how I choose to see this, because if there's no new timeline being generated, it doesn't make sense that when we take out the ATP core, the ATP still, you know, like the time space continuum doesn't get broken or whatever. Okay, so that's just like the way I take it is just imagine every single time you turn off the flashlight, there's a bajillion possibilities, but specifically for the quantum moon, there's gonna be 6 possibilities on the moon itself, which is why there's 6 Solemnums, there's 6 of us, and whenever we choose to leave the quantum moon or exit the 6th location, we come across one of her corpses because it's one of our possibilities seeing one of her possibilities. You know? Why would it stop at 6 though? It wouldn't. It shouldn't. It just happened to be that. I mean, there's not like 6. How should I say this? There's 6 possibilities within the fucking game because it can't show us all the bajillion possibilities. Because it can't really. Because it's a video game, every single time you turn around, like when you're looking at the corpse of Solanum, it can only appear as that many poses because it's a video game. But if there's truly an unlimited amount of timelines that diverge from the point we close our eyes or we turn off the flashlight, then sure, her corpse can show up in all kinds of different poses, every freaking where on the planet. But because it's a video game, we can't experience it the same way, you know? Like, I say 6 because there's 6 reflections of the quantum moon that the quantum moon can take. And then within those 6 reflections, there's going to be like bajillions, millions, infinite amounts of possibilities. We can only see that many because it's a video game. Okay? This is what I think too. She dies anywhere on the moon in the solar system, the observer seizes, and over time her corpses become quantum. But wouldn't that mean that Solanum is only alive at the 6th location when there's a conscious observer? Wait. She dies anywhere on the moon in the solar system. The observer ceases, and over time her corpses become quantum. I don't think it's like, I just think whether he's alive or not, she is quantum. The fact that she's on the moon, she becomes quantum. So you have to also remember that we are a conscious, like when Solanum asked what would happen when a conscious observer entered the eye, she is also a conscious observer that has become quantum, right? Via being on the moon. So in a sense, we are like the second observer observing Solanum, a quantum observer on the moon. So that's why we see her as alive at that location. I can't explain what the fuck I'm trying to say, but you know what I mean? She's alive to us because we observe her. Like, we just collapse a possibility out of all the Solanums that are alive or dead, and then because we collapse a possibility while the moon it's revolving around the eye, that the Solanum we observe is alive, kind of. I don't fucking know what I'm trying to say anymore. So just the fact that there's, like, we are in the picture. Like, we as an observer is there in front of Solanum and observing her, that makes her alive in a way. So it's not only the fact that the quantum moon is traveling in different places or traveling to different planets and reflecting that planet, it's also the fact that we're there to observe her. If we're not there, who knows what she is, right? She could be alive or dead, or, you know, probably alive because she's far away from the ghost matter. But again, it's like, it's one of those like fucking interstellar moments where once you enter some place where time and space doesn't function the same way as we'd expect, it's kind of like the outcome is kind of like arbitrary. Not true. We learn from the stone and the cave on the Ember Twin that you become quantumly entangled, which is different. If you immediately become quantum while being in contact with a quantum object, even though you still observe it, there should be 3 "you are here" markers on the map. Okay, like, don't... To me, okay, I did not use like the terminology correctly, but to me, whether you're quantum or whether you're quantumly entangled is the same. You inherit properties of the quantum object. No? So what's the difference between a quantum object and an object that is quantumly entangled? The difference is that whether an observer is necessary. Right? The difference between something that is quantum and the difference between something that is quantumly entangled is whether it's observed or whether it needs to be observed in order to be quantum. Like, there's no reason for us to delve into like the actual terminologies or how quantum things work for the game to be what it is. I don't understand like why, like I'm just going through this because the video apparently thinks that we need to discuss this. To me, I've arrived to a conclusion that is satisfying enough for me to appreciate the story. And you can have as like however many interpretations you want, but to me it makes sense. And to me it's not something worth diving deep into because who cares? Literally. Like I'm trying to find like an equivalent example, maybe not from a video game, from something else. And I don't know. To me, it just doesn't fucking matter. If something can be explained in multiple ways, and you can just have the most satisfying explanation, then why bother? You know? It doesn't add or takes away from your game experience. It doesn't give a different message. You only start to not care when your opinions get challenged. Oh my god, dude. That's not true. If I only don't care if my opinion gets challenged, I wouldn't spend so much time explaining to you what the fuck I'm thinking. Oh my god, dude. Miyam, can you talk some sense into this person? I don't think the games give you enough material to extract the rule for how quantum bullshit is supposed to work. That's true. I think that's fair. Like, we're both trying to just appreciate the video game. Why do you think you have to go into, like, literally the details that the devs didn't even bother giving? For what? To sound smarter? That's not what I'm doing. Why does anyone have to feel like it's a misconception that there's one or more solenoms? Like, so far, every other misconception in the game, like the one that we saw about, like, the statue being at, what is it called again? The launcher, the probe tracker. That part helps you understand why the mask is lit in ATP, and that solves a mystery. What mystery does it solve for us to know whether there's 6 or more or less solenoms? It only contributes to what the quantum bullshit is. What does the quantum bullshit do? Like why do we have to dive deep into the quantum bullshit when it doesn't fucking add to the story or solve any mysteries that has to do with the game? Like, what? How am I not caring? I'm literally explaining what I think. If I don't fucking care, I wouldn't explain. I just said that you shouldn't care and we shouldn't be arguing about this because arguing is pointless. That's why you shouldn't fucking care about what conclusions every single individual has come up with to answer, like, what the quantum bullshit is. It literally, like, it's called quantum bullshit because it's not something, like, the conclusion each half doesn't actually like solve anything. You don't have to talk about it, just stop. I already said I don't want to bother you. Oh my god. Is this what it feels like to like... Oh my god, dude. I bet this is what it feels like. Trying to like explain... I don't know. Trying to explain physics to a bird in a cage. I'm losing my fucking mind, bro. You say it because you don't want to fucking understand what I'm saying. And you feel like you're intellectually challenged. That's why you have to, like, insult me. Or attempt to do that. I don't know. Oh my god, dude. Okay, fine. Yeah, we don't have to go over this because I don't want to talk to someone who doesn't want to understand me. Oh my god. Oh my god. How about this? You're smarter than me, okay? Does that make you feel any better? You're smarter than me. I'm saying it, so you can hear it, so you can observe me saying it. Does that make you feel any better? Jesus Christ. Okay. I want to go back to where we stopped. There it is. I don't think he's gonna, like, explain another misconception, right?
Won't be there if we never met Solomon. Now, why in the universe would that happen? Well, the Eye creates the ancient glade and possibilities for the next universe using our memories. If we never met her, then we don't even know intelligent life forms in other forms are a possibility. We only know Harthium. So, at least to me, it makes
again,
perfect
yeah,
sense
this doesn't make any
that
fucking
new
sense to me.
Intelligent life wouldn't exist as a possibility if we never actually met Solomon. But that's just my thoughts on that. And I think it does clear things up quite well. It was neat thinking about how the game is so open and free that it creates an environment in which people are able to actually draw their own conclusions on things. And that's just amazing to me. But for now, this is the Lore Explorer going to play with my new little kitten. Oh, Solonome is what I named her.
That's the end of the video. I thought he was like gonna go through something else, but there we have it. There's another video about the misconceptions about the time loop. I think, though, like, so far, all of the videos have, like, reoccurring themes. I don't know. Not at all. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all there is. Okay, then explain to me, if you think you're not trying to insult me, why the fuck... Oh god, that scared me. Why would you say you only start to not care when your opinions get challenged? If my opinions were challenged, like, have you guys not been challenging my opinion throughout the entirety of my DLC gameplay? Saying that the game is so fucking good when I keep bashing on the DLC? Like, do I sound like someone who says I don't care because someone challenged me? I don't know why you said that, man. You're still not sold on the game? Wait, what part of you are you not sold on? Like, not sold on the fact that it's a good game? I love this game. I just don't like the DLC as much. Oh my god, he's made a video for every update? No way, right? Every single, he has, probably. Every single update that has came out from, what's it called again? Outer Wilds. How did I forget the name of the game? He seems to have made a video on it. And he's also got, like, a bunch of modded content. You shouldn't trust the Nomai. A lot of theories, probably. Okay, whatever, Fry Doom guy. Like, I'm sick of it. Whatever. But yeah, I don't know if there's any other video I want to watch here. Can we save Solemn again? To me, the answer is probably no. I mean, how would you save him? What would you do to save him? By definition, I don't think he can be saved, because he only exists on the Quantum Moon right now. Oh, he did a stream, a 2-hour long stream of Echoes of the Eye. Interesting. But yeah, this guy is... I low-key want to check this out, but I think I might not. I probably shouldn't do it, knowing what shit can come out of my mouth, you know? But yeah, crazy. Some guy dedicated like an entire YouTube channel, which I think it's a common thing for people to do nowadays. Including like Hollow Knight. I mean, Mossbag is a channel. Oh yeah, Minute Physics. Let's do that. Let's watch Minute Physics video on timelines. Time travel. Yeah, there we go. I think I saw this like fairly recently. I don't know why, but while I was playing Outer Wilds on my own, or not on my own, while I was still doing Outer Wilds gameplay streams, this video got prompted to me probably by the algorithm. Also, and then, oh god, it's loud. And then got me thinking about Outer Wilds again.
This video is sponsored by the YouTube Red Sci-Fi series.
I remember this was one of my favorite videos back when it came out. I was there when it came out. Because Minute Physics is like one of the first YouTube channels I actually subscribed to. I think you two are talking past each other. We need a lore video about misunderstandings in this conversation. Doomguy could be genuine and trying to insult anyone, and you could still be genuinely be upset. Yeah, true. Let's just move on. Why did you go over... Did you go over why you didn't like the DLC? Yes, I did. I actually, did 2 or 3 long rants about what I disliked about the DLC. A lot of the flaws of the DLC exist because it's a DLC. It's a very tiny part of the game. So we cannot have reached what the main game could have done, which is just interstellar exploration all over the place. That's not what the DLC is about, right? But the biggest issue I think the DLC has is level design and lore placement. I think those are the two that are like my biggest arguments for the game. The level design is too structured. There's actually I should say there's like a big dark maze within the dream world in every single one of the locations, the key locations of the stranger. And then within it, there's like a bit of a chase. There's one in every single dark area. And then the puzzles themselves revolve, like, you have to go to like the, what is it called again? The green campfire for every single location, fall asleep there. So the mechanic that triggers the dream world is exactly the same. And then there's also the lore placement, which comes in the form of two reels at every single location, and a theater at every single location. Like, everything is too structured for your exploration of the stranger to feel organic. Like, it feels like someone has purposefully placed 2 intact reels there for you to discover when it doesn't fit the narrative, it doesn't fit the objective of the elk people. Like, there's no reason for them to leave like exactly two intact reels at every single location, right? So just a bunch of these factors come together that seem to be more than just coincidences that makes me think that the game is way too structured for you to think the world is organic or is like, I don't know. I wanted to see more variety within the pattern. I don't want to receive a bit of A and a bit of B for every single location. I want to see a larger chunk of A, a smaller chunk of B, or just a chunk of A and no chunks of B. Just have the placement of the levels and or the puzzles and the placement of the lore be a little more I don't know what would be a good word to describe it. Just a bit more chaotic, I guess, would make my experience a lot better for the DLC. Cool Worlds, Traveling Back in Time is pretty cool video on time traveling. Oh, okay. We might want to watch that next. Oh god, how did I misspell that? Cool Worlds, Traveling Back in Time. Okay. Yeah, that's my biggest issue with the DLC. And also, there's not a lot of theorizing you can do with the DLC, especially before the latest update. Because the last update, I actually got my conclusion to the DLC after the latest update, which added in a bunch of reels that are functional within the logs of your ship, you know? And that was not a thing before, right? You couldn't look at the past reels to like theorize about things. And I didn't want to go to YouTube and spoil myself by looking up like, a specific reel that I wanted to find. And so I wasn't able to like digest the content and then spit out like any kind of theory. I had no theory going into opening the vault. And I think that also kind of diminishes my experience compared to the main game, because in the main game, every single time you get a line of text or any bit of lore, you can, you know, it allows you to have assumptions. But for the stranger lore, you don't even know where to begin, because the reels literally show you a PowerPoint. There's no leeway for you to be like, oh, maybe that's not what happened. They legitimately show you what happened, and there's no room for debate. And that probably did not help like add to the positive stuff that was what I got from the main game. And also the fact that I played the main game and the DLC back to back, so I get like a more drastic, I can feel the drastic difference between the two games. That's why I genuinely think that the DLC is way worse than the main game. And yeah, my negative take just kind of get amplified just because I played them back to back, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's why I spent like a lot of time in the previous streams just ranting about this issue, because everyone in my chat is telling me, oh, I like the DLC more than the main game. So I had really high expectations. That also didn't help. But when I tried to explain why I dislike it, people were just like, you're stupid. So yeah, there's that.
Lifeline. For ages, I've been wanting to make a video analyzing time travel.
Yeah, this is one of at least in my teens, this was one of my favorite YouTube videos, because I never thought someone could explain time travel in such a visually appealing way. It's like the stuff I want to do myself, but I couldn't. And then this guy achieved it. So
the magical or physical mechanisms by which the time travel is supposedly achieved, but rather the different ways time travel can influence causality.
Yeah, this is what I want to see. This is the stuff I want to figure out for Outer Wilds.
And thus the plot within the universe of each story. Needless to say, there are spoilers ahead. Let's start with Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card.
Oh yeah, we can also talk about these stories that the time traveling originate from. I've never read Ender's Game.
Time travel in this book is
if
actually
it's a book.
100% realistic. The characters experience slower passage of time when they travel close to light speed, allowing just a few days or months to pass for those traveling, while years pass on Earth or other planets. It's traveling forward through time like we normally do, but at different...
I think a lot of people don't realize is when we fantasize about time traveling, we are already traveling in time, but we only go in one direction. So when people say time traveling, and they meant going the other way, we we're already traveling in time, just in a different direction than, you know, what they wanted to see, you know?
Different rates. This kind of time travel doesn't change the past or allow characters to make different decisions than the ones they already did. It's all one consistent historical trajectory.
That I don't think is possible for Outer Wilds. At least to me. And also because the themes of Outer Wilds involve quantum shit, and again the quantum shit implies that there's many possibilities and we're only seeing one of them. And just tells us that it's possible to see other possibilities. At least within the canon, it's possible, but not as a gamer sitting behind the keyboard playing the identical game, you know?
The original Planet of the Apes film is similar, where astronauts experience extreme time dilation and then crash land on a strange planet ruled by apes.
I don't know if I've ever even heard of Planet of the Apes. I must have, if it's a movie.
Major spoiler, turns out to just be Earth in the distant future. But what about, like, time travel? Well, I would say there are two big distinguishing features between different types of time travel in fiction. The first is whether or not the time traveler is there when history happens the first time around.
So, does this apply to Outer Wilds? I don't know. Because we send memories back, we kind of avoid this from happening, right? Oh yeah. Outer Wilds made sure that we know that this cannot be possible, because when we summon two of the same thing, when we summon that scout in the high energy lab, or when we have our selves be in our own future, and we don't like go into the ATP again, or go into the black hole of the ATP again, it creates a paradox, right? So this doesn't work. We only send info back, memories. Yeah, so the Outer Wilds make sure that this is not something that could happen, at least canonically. It's impossible for us to see our future selves unless we go into the ATP. That part still confuses me a bit, so I don't really want to think about it, honestly. Like, we enter ATP and have another self start the loop at the ATP. It's just so weird. I mean, it's weird for a reason, right? Because it legitimately breaks time-space if we don't enter back into that black hole of the ATP. Man, this is too much. I've lost the brain power to want to go through like what actually happens again. So
that is there a kind of self-consistency where, since time travel takes you to the past, when the past happened the first time, the time traveling version of you was always there to begin with? Or does the very act of time traveling to the past change what happened and force the universe onto a different trajectory of history from the one you experienced prior to
It has to be changed history, right? For Outer Wilds? I find it weird too. Yeah, it's just hard to wrap our heads around. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to wrap your head around what happens when you enter the black hole at ATP, because that's the time machine. It's like looping back onto itself, in a way. Because when you're not at the ATP and the ATP triggers, you're not physically there to experience the memory transfer. No, that's not the case. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I genuinely don't know how to like verbally or even visually or draw a graph to kind of visualize what happens. So I'm hoping that this video can help, but we can learn for the past run. So yeah, there's a change. Yeah, I mean, I know that self-consistent time traveling is not what Outer Wilds is attempting to do because of what we did at High Energy Lab, right? Because it seems like we'd be allergic to having the universe of Outer Wilds is allergic to having a copy of something else coexist at the same time for at least too long, because there was physically 2 scouts, but it didn't last long enough to break. No, that's not true though, because it's the removal of the black hole that causes it. Man, this is too complicated for me. Is the removal of the time machine that causes a paradox. So, is the story self-consistent or not? Because memory is involved, it has to be new, right? I'm so lost. I choose to see it as a go-to statement that taps an unprotected memory out of scope for the coders out there. There are updated brains somehow, but all rest gets reset 22 minutes back. So in a self-consistent time traveling story, when someone gets sent back in time, I don't really know how to bring up like any example. But when someone gets sent back in time, there's gonna be 2 people existing in the same timeline. They can be bros, they can be holding hands throughout the entire path down here until they have to separate. And then within this timeline, because you're not there, or there's only one physical you, and the same brain that you share, that it's always going to be different. There's always going to be some difference.
Traveling.
And
the second distinguishing
much.
feature is who has free will when somebody is time traveling. Like, whose actions are allowed to move history onto a different trajectory.
I mean, we technically did not get to move history in a different trajectory. Or maybe we did, in a sense that we went to the eye of the universe and we were able to escape the loop that makes it so that the world is not deterministic.
And whose aren't.
I can't do this anymore.
Travels is do-over time travel. It's essentially like playing a video game where you can start a level over with the foresight of what you did wrong the first time.
So, that's not really what happens. I don't think this is what happens. Is it though? I mean, it's a video game, but it's not like that. Bro, my brain is gonna explode thinking about these things. Is Outer Wilds a do-over time travel? Do you think it is? Chat? Hey, what's up, Gino Fong? Mr. OJ? Welcome back. Good morning to you. It's very early for you to be waking up at this time. I think it is. Okay. I think I can be convinced either way. Because in a video game, you don't ever get to... Like, I think do-over...
One of the simplest time travels is do-over time travel. It's essentially like playing a video game where you can start a level over with the foresight of what you did wrong the first time.
Yeah, like by that definition, that's true. You can...
For example...
Like, for example, when I walk on, like, accidentally burn myself at a campfire in Outer Wilds, I can respawn and redo that and not die. Or when that one time I got crushed by the elevator, or when I jumped off by accident, you know. So it is do-over, but to me, I guess I misunderstood what do-over means, because to me, I initially thought it has to be a time loop that you cannot escape, but that's not true. That's not true. Is it doomed over? Because we know how it ends, true. It's not just do-over.
Video game where you can start a level over with the foresight of what you did wrong the first time. For example, in Groundhog Day, Bill
Never seen this.
Murray's character relives the same day over and over again. And though he can make different choices...
I imagine... I haven't seen Groundhog Day, but I've seen Edge of the Universe... what is that called? Edge of Tomorrow? Which also has time traveling. So... it's kind of also like ReZero, right? That you always get sent back in time upon death. You return by death is what happens for both Edge of Tomorrow and ReZero. Right? Bro, this is too much for me.
He always starts back at the exact same point, except with new memories of his previous choices. That is, until he figures out the one exact set of choices that frees him from the loop.
And in the case of Outer Wilds, this is when we go to the Eye of the Universe. It's the same.
I consider Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol to be in this vein too.
I've never seen
this. It
this.
may not seem like time travel.
Don't know what the hell that is.
Scrooge gets to visit the future of his current timeline. Even though he has no ability to affect the timeline directly while visiting, he can still change his actions in the present based on what he learns, essentially getting a do-over. The video game Braid is built on the idea of do-overs, where pretty much any time you can rewind a few seconds and try something different, though there are some things that are immune to going back in time and don't rewind, which is what makes the game interesting. Braid also has another kind of time travel, where you go back to your past as a separate individual, and while the past...
Bro, this game sounds fun. I actually want to play it now. This is a weird take on Christmas carols. I don't even know what he's referencing, but yeah.
Past version of you is there, it has no free will. It just does exactly what you did the first time around. While the time-traveling you can change the course of history.
But that does not apply to us because by us I mean Outer Wilds, because I don't know, obvious reasons. We operate the same physical body.
This is also how the video Clock Blockers by the Corridor Digital YouTube channel works.
Never seen this.
And then there's time travel.
I might have seen it actually, but I don't remember it.
Where the very act of going to the past or future creates a fully new trajectory of history because time traveling you weren't there the first time around, and now you are. This includes the typical anything goes time travel movies like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Back to the Future, Star Trek.
Okay, so we know for a fact that Outer Wilds is not like this because it does operate. It at least gives us the illusion that it operates in a very consistent manner, or at least the ATP does. And if you see ATP as like the time traveling machine, it's not like, I don't know. It's, man, time traveling is such a it's one of the concepts I can never wrap my hand around, I guess. This is extra bullshit, yeah. Of all these movies, I've only seen Back to the Future. My dad, I think, is a huge fan of the show. So I've seen, like, there's 3 movies, I think, of Back to the Future. And I've seen every one of them multiple times. And occasionally in a row. Because I remember that one time, was it HBO? Or was it some other channel? Maybe some channel in Hong Kong. Decided to air everything in a row on a weekend, and me and my family just sat there and watched the entire thing back to back. So I've seen this movie a bajillion times, is what I'm trying to say. In every timeline that a Botnip exists, she's seen this movie a billion times as well. Time travel is bad and doesn't belong in stories. I don't think so. Why are you making all these bold claims, man? I mean, if they don't exist in stories, or if stories are bad at portraying them, these movies won't be that successful, I think. The Witness? What else the Braid guy did? Line puzzles like the coordinates in Overwatch. Oh! I think I've seen a little bit of this game. I think, is it on my to wish list, which is just called a wish list? The Witness? Because I remember watching the game. I guess it was never on my wish list. Never mind. It looks really aesthetically pleasing, but I know it's one of those games that has a bunch of puzzles, right? Like it's literally a puzzle game. It's not like Outer Wilds where there's occasionally a puzzle that is obvious to you that it's a puzzle, but just a bigger mystery and a lot of exploration. This is more puzzle than exploration compared to Outer Wilds, right? Hey, what's up, Sci-Fi? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. It's very puzzly. Yeah, very puzzly. Every single time you want to go to a new location, there's like a specific smaller puzzle. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think it's my type of game, but it might be better than Talos Principle. Talos Principle is a game I've never finished. I have it on my... How many hours do I have on this game? The Talos Principle. The reason why I chose this game, I think I wanted to buy a puzzle game. It was between the Talos Principle and The Witness. And I chose this one because it had overwhelmingly positive reviews. But it probably aged... It didn't age as well because the graphics were meant to look realistic, and because the engine was as good back then, it doesn't actually render as well. Like, I remember streaming this game required a stronger PC than what I had back in the day, and it was actually a PowerPoint. The stream ended up being a PowerPoint, and I wasn't aware of it, but it was really fucking bad. And I don't think my PC right now, the one that I'm using, can actually run this game smoothly while I'm streaming. So, yeah, that's a thing. Line puzzles and some walkabout. You don't recommend it. But I love to hate on the devs. I see. I don't know if I recommend or not recommend the Talos Principle, because I didn't go through that much. I just think it's a game that aged a little poorly. Let's see how many hours I have in it. Probably not that much. 5 hours, yeah. Yeah, that seems about right. Soma is a game you might be into, but don't look up too much about it either. Kind of spooky, might be good for Spooktober. I don't think I'll ever play any spooky game though. It doesn't matter if it's Spooktober or not. I just don't think I would do it. Soma is another game I actually have on my wish list, because I think it's the game that Crime Lord won't shut up about. I don't know if Crime Lord would watch the VOD of this, but there's 2 games that I think Crime Lord wouldn't shut up about. Yeah, he's definitely a fan of this game. One of them being Outer Wilds, and this is the other one. He said it's really freaking cool. Is this the one that explores, like... Yeah, your very existence, right? It's one of those games that makes you wonder how much... Like, what makes you you when you strip away your physical body, I think. Again, this is not a conclusion I derived from someone telling me that that's what the game is about. But people talk about it very briefly, and from their impression of the game, makes me think that it's probably gonna throw you into different environments where you lose part of you, and then you have to figure out some puzzles, and then it questions your existence because of it. And you have like a whole existential crisis. And I imagine this is kind of what watching... This is... this game is gonna do what Made in Abyss did to me when I watched it. Made in Abyss is an anime, for those of you who are not aware. It's considered one of the best horror anime. Even though it's very dark, it doesn't feel like it's... like, it doesn't look like it's a scary thing, but it has concepts that are very fucked up within the anime, right? So I think this is gonna be one of those games. Soma is a game you can watch rather than play. Yeah, I can see that. And I would rather do that, I think. What anime? The anime is called Made in Abyss. I can look up like an image of it. I highly recommend this. It's also a fan favorite. I know there's a video game, like don't just ignore that. This is what it's originally a manga. But it's got turned into an anime. That's what it looks like. It has a bunch of like really crazy cute characters, but it's really fucked up. In many ways. I think the story itself is very much unhinged, which allows for anything to happen. And they portray a bunch of things that are kind of taboo within storytelling. You can see the characters poop and shit and pee, I guess. Like they're really fleshed out characters that are so similar to us that you actually get to see them do the pee-pees and the poo-poos. And also, when there's gore, even though it's filtered by this anime art style, there's still gore within it. And like it's one of those animes that had moments that made me want to unsee because it's really disturbing. But yeah, it's a show I really enjoy. And by the way, if you're not like really into like the whole world building shit, just know that after season 1 of this anime, there's a movie, and that movie has the best villain of all time. The best villain I've ever seen across any movie, any anime, any story, any novel that I've seen. And yes, I've seen Marvel and I know what Thanos is about. The villain in Made in Abyss, the movie, the movie that, you know, comes after the first season, has so many layers and so much depth that really, you know, to me is way better than Thanos or anything that, you know. Oh my god, as soon as Gino Fong hears Thanos, he's fucking geeking out because it's a Marvel property. Oh my god. Gino Fong is such a huge fan of Marvel shit. But yeah, highly recommend this if you haven't seen it. And I can't speak too much beyond like how that it's an anime that gets pretty dark. I don't want to overhype it. Just know that some scenes require you to not have eaten anything, otherwise you'll puke. There's one scene that made my stomach turn. Like seriously. It's not that gory because it's an anime after all, but it's the idea of the scene existing that makes me go like, ugh, I don't want to experience it again. I don't want to rewatch that part ever again. It hurts me deep inside, kind of. You haven't watched the movie, you just read the manga and finished season 1. Yeah. Bone Drilled. I don't know how to say his name. It's probably not Bone and Drilled, but yeah, Bone Drilled. Yeah, that villain is... I love him. Like, he's only villainous because, like, in a lot of ways, I don't really see him as a villain. That's why he's such a good villain, right? He kind of... Okay, I really want to spoil things, but I can't. But the reason why he is so fascinating to me. Anyways.
First contact, and so on, where you can kind of instantly jump back and forth to any point in time you want, potentially resulting in multiple versions of yourself. From a causality perspective, anything you do in the past, even just the act of going back in time, redirects the course of history onto a new timeline. In Back to the Future, Marty...
But yeah, that's like definitely not Outer Wilds, because in Outer Wilds, no matter what the fuck you do, the sun is gonna explode, right? The sun is going supernova, so...
Marty's interference with his parents falling in love results in the timeline of history being redirected towards a version of the...
Oh yeah, speaking of the manga of Made in Abyss, I think I want to just read the manga for the new season that I think just finished airing. Oh no, it's still airing. The season for I don't know what it's called in English, man. Because I don't watch anime in English. Made in Abyss Golden City. Oh yeah, Golden City arc. I think I would probably prefer this in manga form, because I think it being in anime form kind of takes away the shock value a little bit, or not really the shock value, just the darkness, because the anime makes everything too. I don't know how to describe it. Just a little too cheerful, when the concept itself is way darker. And probably better experienced as manga than anime. But yeah, I'm not really a manga reader. I only read a couple mangas or follow them. So we'll see. Maybe I'll read the manga version.
Exist, and so he starts to disappear from photo.
You haven't seen or played BioShock Infinite? No, I have not. You made an interesting comment about physics and birds in cages when we talked about quantum bullshit earlier. Very relevant. How?
And real life. Even after correcting that major deviation, his interactions with his parents while he's in the past result in them being very different people when he returns to his present time.
True.
He accidentally caused history to progress in a slightly different direction.
And back in the day, when I saw Back into the Future, I was probably... How old was I? Like maybe 10 or 11? And I thought that was the coolest shit ever. I like, when I saw the parents being cooler, I was like, man, I wish I could travel back in time just so my parents can be a little less AIDS. Yeah, but yeah, that's a cool moment in the movie. I'm not gonna say more than that. It's relevant. Okay, cool.
The movie Looper is similar, but there's a little more...
Oh yeah, I saw Looper and I disliked it. I looked up Looper. Like, I rarely look up Hollywood movies to see them. But I think Emily Blunt is in it. That's why, right? Yeah, because there was a point in my life where I was religiously looking up movies that Emily Blunt was part of. You don't have to know why, but I also don't remember why, but I did that for a bit. And then Looper was one of those movies I decided to give it a go. And then I fucking hated it. I don't know why, but... I just thought that it was kind of meh. Some parts were really boring. That's all I remembered. Because she's hot, that's a valid reason. No, I don't think... Like, to me, Emily Blunt is not that hot. To me, she's like... I don't know why. But some actresses, like... Or some people, like Taylor Swift, people that most would generally agree to be very hot. I don't think Emily Blunt is hot, IMO, but I also think he's hot, but not because of her appearance. Like, something about her personality and the way she acts, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not like some old uncle or, you know, those OGs. I don't know what... I only know what they're called in Japanese, right? The OG? I'm not an OG. OG-san. So... Or at least I try not to be. But I do talk about 2D waifus as though they're my property and I, you know... OG-san. Soだね.
Or circularity, because when you jump to the past, you cause history to branch onto a trajectory where, in the future, the younger you also goes back in time the same way you just did. Both you and your past self still have enough free will to change that forward course of history, though, which results in weirdness like you getting new memories when your past self does things you yourself didn't do, or if they lose a body part, suddenly you'll lose it too, and find it immediately.
I think Looper is just too confusing. I think Looper is an example that would support Miam's theory that time travel does not fit in stories or whatever. Like, when the concept is so complex, sometimes movies is just not the correct media used to portray the phenomenon, because it, like, just... I feel like sometimes time traveling stories are better told with words, maybe? Like with an internal dialogue where the actor gets to express what he's feeling while like the moment of him gaining memories happen. Because in the movie, you can't like go into his brain and explain what the fuck is going on. You can only like show, like zoom in on his facial expression or whatever as though it's happening. So like, yeah, I think Looper is bad because of it. At least to me, I didn't like the movie because it was too complex, and the movie media was not suited to explain what the fuck is going on. Stories belong in books, New Hollywood, and Minecraft Canada.
Replaced by an old scar. So changes to the present affect not just future timelines, but also future timelines that wrap back around to the present.
Yeah, the wrapping back around is
Primer is
very
in the same
confusing.
vein, except that it takes the plot device of time travel to the extreme. With time travel,
I don't know this movie. Do you guys like it, Primer? You've never seen Looper? Yeah, I don't recommend it, even though it does explore a really cool time traveling concept. Okay, this might be just me being like super cynical or whatever, but I feel like the nerd that designed the time traveling in Looper makes it so that like that part of his brain, in order to think of the Looper mechanic, is so massive that his brain cannot dedicate more power into writing a better story. So like when the movie is about a mechanic that is so cool, everything else just cannot be as cool because the writer maybe can't do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same for, like, it's like asking a very mechanically skilled person to paint. Like, someone who knows the ins and outs of driving a vehicle to draw the vehicle. Like, it's hard. So, like, all I can think of is how the director spent, like, years, or not years, maybe, like, just at least weeks determining how the Looper time mechanic is gonna work. And because he had spent so much effort into the time loop mechanic, that the story ended up being just a byproduct of it. You know what I mean? I don't mean to insult whoever wrote Looper, but I just think it's one of those. It gives me the vibe of someone who's very good at driving trying to draw a car. Or someone, like, just ask someone who ride the bike every fucking day to draw a bicycle. They probably can't. And I also can't draw a bicycle either because of the beams, and I never figured out how the beams work or how it looks like. You know, it's just hard. That's what the movie feels like. It's a really weird analogy, so I'm gonna just pretend I never said that, but yeah, there you go. Looper is a rare movie that should be a game, as opposed to the many games that should be movies. Yes! Yes, I agree, Mia. I very much agree. Looper would be such a cool video game, but it's a movie.
Film Primer is in the same vein,
Yeah,
except that
I've
it
never
takes
seen
the plot
Primer.
device of time travel to the extreme, with time travel within time travel within time travel, with time traveling characters interacting with other time traveling versions of themselves, bringing time machines with them to the past inside other time machines, and so on. But beyond the complexity, there are two things that make Primer stand out.
Yeah,
First,
way too dang.
Time travel to the past isn't an instantaneous jump, but actually takes time. To go back 6 hours, you sit in the time machine for what feels like 6 hours. And time travel
Interesting. I mean, that does not apply to Outer Wilds whatsoever. I should probably just get out of the Outer Wilds category because we're doing so much just chatting.
Can't take you back to a time before a given time machine was initially activated, since of course the machine can only be taking you back in time inside it if it's turned on. So the first time it was turned on is the farthest back in time you can go in a given machine.
Huh? Nani?
There's a nice logic to
Nani?
it. Which brings us to perhaps my all-time favorite of all fictional time.
Oh yeah, I remember this. The time traveling in Harry Potter, right?
Time travel. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. It's a kind of time travel where you instantly jump back in time and can interact with yourself, but it doesn't generate new timelines.
I remember feeling really smart about the fact that I noticed the rocks that are thrown in Harry Potter. Because I remember seeing the movie and was like, what the fuck was with those rocks that are thrown, like chucked at the character, and why did they spend so much time like looking at the stones that were chucked at the Harry Potter characters when they're in the hut with what's his face? You're a wizard, Harry. I don't know who said that. I forgot what he's called. Hagrid. When they're in Hagrid's hut and someone chucked stones at them, I was like, that's a little weird. And then as soon as Hermione's like, oh yeah, I can time travel, I'm like, oh, that's probably what that is. And then it turned out to be actually what that is, and I felt very smart about it. I don't know. I just remember that being a thing. Yeah, we're studying time traveling mechanics because it's part of the game I was playing called Outer Wilds. But yeah. Harry Potter. Yes.
It manages this because in the Harry Potter universe, while you're experiencing your initial pre-time travel passage through a particular point in history, your time-traveling clone is also already there, doing everything you'll eventually do when you time travel yourself. For example, Harry and his friends are saved from dying by their time-traveling selves the first time history gets
Oh yeah, I also remember this part being super fucking scary, and I had nightmares for like a week. Or actually, like just insomnia probably. Because I saw those creepy black floaty things when I was younger, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have a nightmare. And then I ended up having nightmares. I don't remember what the nightmares were. I think it was in Harry Potter, there was like that mirror that shows your deepest fear or whatever, right? And in my dream, I just kept going to that mirror, and I just kept seeing like creepy shit like that black shadowy thing. I don't remember what those creatures are called. Those that suck life out of you and are like the prisoner guards in the Harry Potter universe. At those shits, and I kept remembering the mirror and them showing up. And I kept having nightmares over that when I was really young. This kind of limitation is how you make time travel work. Yeah. You need to have some kind of... in order for time traveling to be a convincing physical phenomenon, or not physical phenomenon, but like scientific phenomenon, you need to ground it to something. And by grounding it, at least within fiction, you just need to set enough limits as though it's working under a greater system. You know what I mean? Like the mechanics doesn't have to make a whole lot of sense. Like the limitations doesn't have to make a whole lot of sense. But as long as there are limitations, it makes you feel like you're part of a bigger system. I think that's what that one Back to the Future movie, I know there's 3 of them, and I know there's only one that's good. The one where what's his name again? The main character in Back to the Future went back in time and then was influencing his own existence, or how cool his parents were, or how they had to charge up his like time traveling car in order to fly back or whatever. Marty McFly. Yeah. That dude. Right? I only remember that episode because that's probably the best episode of the trilogy. And was it even a trilogy, or was there only 2 movies? I think there's 3, right? Anyways, that's my favorite because it felt like they can't do whatever the fuck they want with time. Like, the machine has to work. They have to also balance a bunch of other things, even though like all the rules are still bullshit, right? Time traveling in Back to the Future is still a bloody mess, but at least it's captivating enough because of the limitations that they put on the time traveling that makes you think, oh, it's convincing enough. I'm just gonna unsee all the flaws or all the blatant kind of, I don't know, holes Yeah, but there were 3. Okay. I just remember liking the first one the most. And then the rest are kind of forgettable. The one where he went to the future and had to confront his own son or whatever was kind of, yeah, meh. Anyways.
That point. It just makes so much sense. If you go back in time, then of course you really and truly were at that location in time at that time. This also means that during the period of overlap, the time-traveling you has no actual free will.
Yep, and that's not what... I mean, to be fair, we don't know enough about Outer Wilds to determine whether it has free will or not. Or if we would have had free will if we transfer physical objects through. Oh no! Oh my god! Wait, actually? Yeah. We don't have free will if we physically travel back in time, right? So this also applies to Outer Wilds, doesn't it? Because when we enter the black hole, we time travel as though it's like Hermione using her necklace or whatever. And then we don't have free will. Well, we technically have some degree of free will, but as the lore explorer would say, we've made a promise to the universe to go back into the black hole of the ATP, or to use the time machine the way we did in the last loop, because we were able to generate a new us, right? The cowboy one is cool. I don't remember it. I only remember the I go to the future to meet my son, and I go back in time to meet my younger parents. I only remember that. But yeah. So yeah, this is part of, I guess, this is canon, or this mechanism of time travel is very much canon to that of Outer Wilds, that you won't have a free will. Well, you do because it's a video game, but the video game would break, or the time space would break. If you were to enter the black hole of the ATP once and not do it again. So yeah, this applies. Cool.
Since everything you do has in some sense already been done, which Harry comprehends when he realizes that he has to save his past self because he was already saved by his future self when he was in the past. I think I love this kind of time travel because it manages to be logically consistent.
Yep.
It's time travel to the past where you can't change the past because the past already happened. And there's only one timeline, the one in which time travelers arrive from the future, do stuff, and at some later date leave to go to the past.
Again, don't think that's the case for Outer Wilds. So maybe I'm just pulling shit out of my ass again and I don't really know what I'm saying. Because this, again, I think Outer Wilds being a video game also doesn't help. Like, it complicates things a little bit. But at least this part, I agree. I think this is what Outer Wilds time traveling is like. But I don't think this is what Outer Wilds time traveling is like.
Do stuff, and at some later date, leave to go to the past.
Because the key difference is that in this timeline that Minute Physics has drawn for us, within this timeline, the person gets to choose to go back in time, and everything is determined. Whereas, it's true that everything is determined in the Outer Wilds world, but we experience it so passively that we don't feel the deterministic nature of the time travel. Maybe? Because we're not the one who initiates time traveling. But within this timeline, the guy that chooses to go back in time had to do something to trigger it, right? Maybe that's where the confusion comes from. I don't know. I'm a little confused. Wouldn't that create an infinite loop? No. Well, yes. Kind of. I don't know. It's weird. I can't fully wrap my head around this either, so I don't know how this meeting yourself in Outer Wilds work, because there's extra matter there. When you only send info back. No, Miam. When we enter the black hole, remember? We could enter the black hole and then there's going to be a second self that we see at the core, at the ATP, and then we can talk to him and ask what memories he's got. And then when we watched that lore video the Lore Explorer has made, he showed us what would happen if you were to stay within the ATP and not enter the black hole again. You would actually break time-space as though, like, in the same manner that you have the option to at the higher energy lab, where you generate 2 scouts and remove the black hole. You know what I mean? So yeah, it still breaks space-time. So instead of where is it? Instead of having no free will, our other way out is by breaking space-time in order to get out. And the game roll credits. So yeah, I don't know. Because it's a video game, it makes things a little weirder. You remember that? You have 2 bodies at some point though. One extra matter the universe is not supposed to have. Yes. But then again, if you enter back into the portal within the 22-minute interval, then you can keep your second body. It only breaks when you don't enter into the black hole. It only breaks, like space-time only breaks if you don't do this, right?
Go to the past.
If you don't go back to the past. That's where it breaks. So the self have an origin, that's why it's alright. Yeah, as long as there's a path for yourself to get back and the path is not destroyed, it's valid. So as long as you can still enter the black hole and nothing is interfering with the black hole and nothing is removing the black hole, and you willingly or maybe not willingly go back into the black hole to send yourself back in time, it's completely fine. It's not paradoxical. Because remember, when you move an object, like within Outer Wilds, right? If you move the warp core around the place and then slot it back, it's completely fine. Or even if you don't slot it back and you go to use it on the vessel, it's also completely fine. Because it just moved, like how should I say this? It moved in space. It moved across space. Like the way that it changes, the property change. Oh my god, what am I saying? The property that changed, that's tied to the object, is space and time, obviously, because you're traveling. We're always going to be traveling forwards in time, right? We're always time travelers. But it works for us to generate a second body because not only did it move from the black hole to like that to be hugging that side of the wall space-wise, it also has a valid path to travel in time. It literally traveled back in time, and because the time traveling device exists, that path will always be valid as long as the time traveling occurs. As long as a path that allows us to transfer our body to... I don't know what I'm saying anymore. It's too fucking complicated. I can't say it. The premise thing. Okay, but way too dang. You know what I mean, right? I'm trying my best. I'm just struggling. You don't go to the warp and there's no more origin. Yeah, there we go. That's it. So yeah.
Logical consistency is a primary thing that you may have noticed I think lays the foundation for good time travel stories.
Yes, I
Not
agree.
because logical consistency is important in and of itself, but because most of the time, in order to care about the characters in a story, we have to believe that actions have consequences.
Yep, that's
if
why...
everything is just a meaningless...
That's why, as long as you throw in some arbitrary bit of limitation to the lore, if the limitations themselves are limiting enough, you're gonna think, oh, we're just a cog in like a huge system where there's a bunch of cogs are connected and shit like that, right? I don't know. Like when you feel like you're operating under a set of rules, it grounds your universe to something that is reachable, kind of. Yeah, what he just said. Basically. In Overwatch, no. God, dude, it's Outer Wilds, it's not Overwatch, I'm stupid. In Outer Wilds, it's logically consistent, I agree, but by sending only memories back in time, you now have extra matter in space, which breaks the one rule of time travel your time travel had and physics. The reason why they had to just be sending memories back is because it's operating under something that no one has a clean grasp of, right? When they say you're sending back memories, what it implies is that the time machine can manipulate your consciousness. So the game Outer Wilds specifically chose two concepts that's clearly in the gray zone and not black or white for you to draw your own conclusions, and the way you draw them don't fucking matter, right? Because it's a concept that is only gonna cause endless debate to no avail. Is that a word? I wanted to say to, what the fuck? To no it's a term. Let's go. I just dug it out of my brain hole. I did not know that I remember this word, but there you go. I said it. Like, because it's trying to explore how consciousness works as well as how quantum shit works, that no matter how you theorize it, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because in a way, every single theory of yours is valid, right? So yeah, that's why the whole memory thing serves to obviously complicate the time traveling mechanic of Outer Wilds, but it also makes it interesting, right? Yeah, make it about consciousness and quantum bullshit so you can get away with anything. You use that correctly? Yes! I've done it! I recall a term I did not know I remembered. Yay, to no avail. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, we don't have to actually dissect how the time traveling works. Again, because it's like, okay, time traveling, consciousness manipulation, and quantum shit, just three core concepts that makes Outer Wilds work are concepts that no one has the time or would ever spend the effort to figure out. At least not me. And if you're one of them people out there, go make a YouTube video like the Lore Explorer did, and maybe I'll watch it and review it, I just don't want to participate in the creation of a theory regarding all three of those things that somehow has to echo the findings of humanity, Just keep that shit in the casing that was used for the ATP. Just dig up some of that ore in Timberhearth and then just bury that shit in a hard shell made out of that material and just fucking forget it. I don't know, launch it into space, because it's so irrelevant to what the core, and like those are called themes or called concepts, but it doesn't matter to, you know what? Yeah. The physics shit that is involved in the Outer Wilds is so wild that whatever conclusion you draw, it would be isolated from the lore and the story, and yeah. So do whatever you will with that. I just don't think it's worth debating over. I've already said my piece, so I can retire. I can retire from like the lore hunting and the research work you'd have to do to make Outer Wilds story make sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense right now, but oh my god, We got a raid. Hey, what's up, Tomobite? Yo, it's been a while. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Seriously. I hope you had a fun stream. Hello, yes. I'm being a mega nerd right now. We're watching some videos because we just finished playing Outer Wilds, and time traveling may or may not be a huge part of that game, so I wanted to watch a video about time traveling to kind of talk about it. Yeah. How's it going? Hello, Raiders. We just figured out the secrets of time and space. Yes, that's what we're doing. I hope you had a fun stream. Yeah, I have you ever played Outer Wilds? I recently finished it, and I wanted to see a bunch of lore videos on YouTube, and YouTube never disappoints, so yeah. You gotta go, but I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Yo, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day as well. Have a good one, Tomobai. Thank you again so much for the raid. Thank you. Yeah. Man, this video is made in 2017. It held up really nice. It aged very well. I hope to catch you live in the future. Maybe with the rest of Byte Bar as well. Yeah, thank you so much. All right. I don't know what else
series
is
of events,
left
then
in this
we
video.
almost don't have a story. So it's really helpful if there are rules by which the universe of the story functions, whatever those rules may be.
Well, yeah, whatever those rules may be, as long as there are rules that are convincing enough to our human brain, then, you know, the story is grounded enough for you to believe in those characters to be real, for you to immerse yourself in the story and be satisfied and also be emotionally invested, I guess. So he's not wrong. That video was actually made in 2071 and sent back in time. Wow. Yeah, I reckon.
Speaking of actions with consequences, I finally got the kick in the pants I needed to make this video from my friends at the Corridor Digital YouTube channel. They've asked me to help promote their new YouTube Red original series.
Damn, I only know about Corridor Digital really recently. I only know about it very recently. I think maybe last year, when they were pumping out all those visual, what are they called again? VFX artist reacts. Yeah, I only know about Corridor Digital because of these videos. And I don't know when they came out, but the YouTube algorithm has introduced me to this channel very recently. And to think that, you know, they've collaborated with a channel that I used to really like is a little crazy. See, this video is from the future. Right. Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I should change categories now because I've seen all the videos I wanted to see about Outer Wilds. Overall, great game. Highly recommend it. Maybe not to everyone, but it's amazing. And if I can only send out one message out there for someone to hear it, is to not have your expectations too high for the DLC. That's all I can really say, right? But yeah, great game. And I hope there's more video games like Outer Wilds for sure. Not that I'm gonna play it, but I hope there's more games like that because it... Like something about discovering lore by going through the same time loop over and over again. I know there are other games that have done things like this, because Return by Death is in many ways a very video gamey mechanic, right? But to have such a elaborate story shoved into the 22 minutes you get to explore its universe is just so cool and so fascinating and so captivating. I mean, the fact that Outer Wilds allowed me to have a somewhat consistent streaming schedule because I kept craving the game, so that I kept wanting to stream, in and of itself should tell you how great the game is, right? As someone who doesn't fucking stream that often, usually weekly, sometimes twice a week, to be streaming every other day just to play the fucking video game should tell you how crazy, how addictive the freaking video game is, right? It does cool stuff out of 10. Yeah, if I have to give it a number, I think I stand by what I gave it at the very beginning. 9 out of 10 for the main game. 7 out of 10 for the DLC. So yeah, relatable. It's the game that keeps on giving, right? Until you figured out every single mystery, you just want to go back and play it. It's visually stimulating enough for you to be like, oh, I'm not going to the same place every freaking time. There's always new things to look at. The world is big enough, and also the lore is buried deep enough for you to go to like obscure places, like that one location at Hollow's Lantern. Yeah, it made me actually want to stream. Is a good review. Yeah, there you go. There you have it. But yeah, I'm not really the type of person who force a video game. Like, I don't force people to play video games. I do force people to watch anime sometimes, but yeah, there you have it. If there's a video game I would recommend, I would recommend so many other video games that aren't Outer Wilds, just because I'm a roguelite gamer. I don't really play games that have less replay value as much, but yeah, it's a story-driven game I would recommend. And I would call it a story-driven game, even though it's a more of an exploration game. I think the story is what makes it good. Because if you just want Outer Wilds but sandboxy, go play Astroneer, you know? It's not the only game that has space exploration. Like that of, you know, Outer Wilds and Astroneer and maybe No Man's Sky, even though I've never played No Man's Sky. But the story was what made it unique. The story was definitely what made Outer Wilds such a cool game, and why people kept saying, oh, it's one of its kind. So there you have it. The one game that keeps on giving is Factorio. Shut up! I don't know if I'll ever play it. Did you say rogue likes? I don't play rogue likes. I play rogue light. Yeah. So for rogue lights, I recommend pretty much anything that Northern Lion has graced. Because I'm a huge fan of this dude. I won't shut the fuck up about this dude. But he has a series called Let's Look At. And it has apparently, wow, a lot of episodes. But as long as there's a roguelite in it, it's probably cool enough to be recommended. For me, I personally love Snake RX. Recently, I liked 20 Minutes Till Dawn. And then also a huge fan of Super Autopets. Just because this man has touched it, I have to play it, right? Cockmine is the like you want to check out. Get the free one from the dev site if you're not sure it's worth the price. It's usually not the price tag that keeps me away from video games, but the price tag is the excuse I use the most. But this time when I say that I'm not buying video games, I mean it, because I spent like too much money. I spent way too much money in the past 2 months on some random gacha bullshit that I don't really want to talk about. But I did spend way too much money. Like I'm not like a I am someone who spends a lot of money usually on things. Just not what you'd expect, because I spend a lot of them on like virtual property that usually don't really matter that much. By the way, I'm here on this scene because I want to change category. Okay, have I done it? Okay, I think Twitch is hating me. Okay, never mind, I've done it. So, yeah, I don't know. I just don't feel like spending money for real this time. Like, it's not an excuse this time when I say I'm not playing a game because of the price tag. This time, I'm actually not gonna buy any games for real. Yes, I bought husbandos. That's what I did. I bought husbandos. It's not actually completely false, because part of the money did go into like the one otome game I play. So embarrassing, but it is true. Oh, 20 minutes to dawn got a huge update. Wait, what? Oh, I see that you've been playing the game a little bit. Hot damn. Oh, how did you survive your difficulty 15 nights with Hina? Miam. Did you enjoy it? I genuinely think it's the hardest achievement, man. No cap. It's tough. What did it change though? You gotta give me more than that for me to pick it up again. Oh, you only played it to do the Hina Flame D15. I see. But yeah, I don't know what to do now. I guess we can play a bit of Keplerth. Because it's a brain dead game, you don't need to use your brain to play it. Yeah. Wait, you don't need to aim now? Why? Wait, what? Everything else you kept at 14? So you're just doing it to like fucking prove that you can do it, because I kept saying it's difficult. Wow. It's in there? Why? Aiming is like the most fun, the best part of 20 minutes till dawn. Why would you take that away? Okay, now I have to check it out. Oh, you don't have to? You can aim, but you don't have to. Oh wait, ちょっと待って. I might have fucked it. I messed up. Oh god, it's lagging. Wait. I messed up big time. I'm talking about like Streamlabs. Streamlabs hates this for some reason. Why is it frozen? Stop it. Why is Streamlabs frozen? Why? Why is it being so weird, champ? Did I not lock this? Okay, fine. I'll try to manually adjust it. Oh, it's... I'm losing so much frames. Give me a sec. Wait. I can't move this. What is going on? Okay, right-click this. Transform. Center on screen. Thank you. Holy shit. Why was that so difficult? Oh yeah, I also have to make myself a little tinier. Maybe. So you don't have to aim anymore? I'm just gonna, yeah, pick a random loadout. What happens then? If I just walk around? Does he shoot? They don't shoot. Oh, wait, space to toggle auto aim? Wait, I don't see the bullets being shot though. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, so auto aim is just a new game mode? Huh? Oh, I need to shoot, just not. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I don't think I'm gonna continue this run, but... So you still have to control whether you shoot or not. Why? What is this for, though? Why would they do that? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah, I don't think I'll continue with this. How do I leave though? I think I have to choose something and then yeah, give up. Here we go. I'm sorry, my wifey. Today's not the day where I play this game. Controller players? Oh. Vampire Survivor virgins. Wow. Alright. Wait, there you have it. There you have it. I'm gonna quit out. I don't know what else there is to do for the stream. What should I do? Maybe we should just end it there. It's only been 5 hours though. I don't mean to drag out the stream to be super long, but I don't know what to do. Maybe we can play like one run of Uma Musume. Maybe. Maybe. But then I have to log in, I have to figure out like what account I want to play on, which is annoying. What do I do? What do I do? I don't know. Any suggestions? Chat? It's kinda your stream, man. You get to make. I don't know. The reason why I don't feel motivated to stream for the past who knows how long, ever since I started playing the DLC of Outer Wilds, right? I'm like, I don't really know what to do. Or I don't really want to stream because I don't like the DLC as much. And so I began to take longer and longer breaks. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I want to keep the quality of the streams relatively high. At least I don't want to, like, not talk. Or you know, have to become a React Andy because I don't have anything interesting I want to do. I'd rather not stream than to stream and not talk about something, or, you know, have the stream be weird champ. But I'm just not inspired to do anything besides playing like mobile games. And honestly, those mobile games aren't content worthy. Like even when I was playing Minecraft earlier on, right? I don't think Minecraft is a good streaming game. So I agree. You're actually right. Wait, what? Right about like not knowing what to do with my streams. You're worried about running out of words? I don't see that happening. It's not that I won't... Like, you can't get me to shut up. It's true. Like, no matter what content I make or what type of stuff I want to make, it's... I don't know. I just won't shut up, right? Because I am trained by my sensei Northern Lion to not shut up ever. Or at least I try to. But at least I need to keep something, like I need to have something that gets my attention, that keeps me engaged and keep me want to talk about anything, right? Yeah, not shutting up is good and entertaining, and also like sometimes bad when I go into long rants. But at least I need to find something to rant about. You know, I can't just keep recycling the Eagles, or I don't know, what is something else I rant about a lot? Oh, pizza. Yeah, pizza was a thing at some point. Like, I can't just go back to all these topics that I've already explored to the fullest. I need to find a new source of stuff to keep me going, you know? Heck yeah. Oh no. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, I got people recommending me checking out Holocure again because I get to play as Suisse. Like, I know that's true, but I also cannot be asked. Because it's not a game oh my god. Gino Fong, thank you so much for the resub, man. Thank you. You can talk something now. I'm just gonna say thank you very much. And I'm gonna proceed to thank you for the next, I don't know how long. How many minutes? Sounds like you need to get into a new genre. It's not even gaming. Honestly, the thing that troubles me the most right now so far is how I've had like 3 days of good sleep by sleeping in the correct time zone. At like the correct time for my time zone, I should say. I've had so much better sleep for the past couple of days because I don't feel inspired to do anything. Or I don't feel inspired to stream. And because of it, I can just watch TV until like 3 a.m. and then go to bed. And then wake up when the sun is still up, you know? Because when I feel very enthusiastic about playing Outer Wilds, I had to flip my schedule in order to stream it, right? And then I was only able to like sneak in like, it's not even sneak in like 6 hours of sleep, but 6 hours is still a lot, right? But when I feel like doing nothing, I'm more healthy. I'm physically more healthy when I'm mentally ill. And when I'm mentally feeling the best because I have a video game to play and I feel motivated to wake up, I'm also physically the least healthy. Which is really weird. Like, what kind of person, like, what does a person have to do to get to this point in life? You know what I mean? My streamer is becoming a depressed normie. No, that's not true. When I say I'm mentally ill, I don't mean I'm depressed. I just mean that I don't feel like doing anything. Also, I don't want to see this ad because it's a shit company. Yeah, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? You know, do I go and be a healthy person that doesn't stream as often? Or do I stream more to make myself happier but suffer from probably health issues? Like, what path should I take? They can't coexist. Good mental health and good physical health cannot coexist because I've somehow thrown myself into this cursed situation. I know, right? Yeah, it's... I don't know what danggagawan is in English. Equal exchanges? Equal value exchange? I don't know. Okay, you know what I need to do right now? I need to turn off the lights. It was flickering earlier on, and I still needed it to flicker because it was dark, but now that the sun is out, I can turn it off. No more flickering lights. Hell yeah. The law of equivalent exchange, yes. That's what that is. Yeah. And that's what, actually, that's like one of the core themes of Made in Abyss. So if you're interested in seeing the law of equivalent exchange in action, you should watch Made in Abyss Season 2, the anime. Not the movie, the anime. A series, I should say. Wait, how do I pronounce it though? Kokan, something Kokan maybe? Because I know value is kachi in Japanese because I've been watching too much on Made in Abyss. Toka kokan. Naruhodo. You've studied physics and it's all about conserving stuff. The conservation of energy. The conservation of... Yeah, probably. Of everything. Cool. So, Miam studied physics. Interesting. That's a thing that I didn't expect to know about you, but here we are. But yeah, what is there to do? I don't know what to do anymore. I don't have a game I want to play, like genuinely. I don't know if Gino Fong is still here, Are you gonna play Rust? Because I don't know if I even want to play Rust anymore. Like, I don't have a game I want to play. I don't want to play Minecraft. I don't want to play Rust. I don't want to play anything. I don't want to be gamer again. I don't want to be a gamer. I'm not a gamer. That's why I don't want to be a gamer now. You're not sure as well. Why? Are you not familiar with the game? I mean, looks like Jack and CK was having fun. The boys were having fun on Rust. I do not know whether I want to play it. Okay, you know what? Let's look at my Steam library and see if there's a game I want to play. I want to play Baba Is You, but I don't want to, like... I don't want to kill my brain. I don't want my brain to feel pain. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we can pick up Baba Is You again. Hey, what's up, Golden Snowman? Good morning. Good morning to you. Why have the JoJo people infected your brain as well, Golden Snowman? You're becoming one of those people that uses JoJo. I mean, I'm not complaining, but a rigger? Maybe be an artist for a while? Nah, not happening. I have so much shit I have to finish too, right? On Paint Tool side. Wait, I shouldn't do this. Let me... Yeah, do that. There's so much shit I have to draw. I didn't touch this. I didn't touch... Where is it? I'm trying to find the file. I didn't touch this either. And then I also have like... Okay, Gino is gonna recognize it. I probably shouldn't pull it out. Wait, give me a sec. Because I have his like face reveal on it. This. I'm still working on this, and then I have like, what else is there that I recently started? I started a bunch of different things. Oh yeah, this. Remember this? Didn't touch it at all. And then remember, okay, I don't think I've shown this, so I probably won't. Oh, what I did was this. I did finish this. And then I just went on hiatus. I just don't want to draw. It gave me a feeling of don't know what or why I was doing anything. Yeah, I was so uncertain about what I should do on stream that when I woke up today, I legitimately thought about getting a job, which is something outrageous to me. Like the fact that I actually thought about getting a job. Yeah, that's the position I'm in right now. I think I should get a job. It's how bored I am with everything else. You know, I see some coloring progress on the end screen. I didn't do anything. I legit just didn't do anything. I didn't color anything. I just drew like the base colors I've done. That's true. But I needed to get like actual shading. Remember when I was doing like adding like multiply layers to darken everything? I needed to do that, and I still haven't started. Oh, you don't recall Kiki and Hollow Knight being colored? I think you just probably weren't there when I showed the stream. I think you might not be there when I showed the stream. Work no fun. Speaking of, I need to get ready for it. Oh, ready for work? Do you have a job right now? Part-time job? Full-time job? I have to finish this first. I don't know. Because I like when I start drawing, I can't stop. I just need to find the motivation to start drawing so that I can't stop again. Because a lot of stuff, like coloring everything here, took like I did all of Suisse in one seating. I did not take a break, and I just powered through every like little accessory, every like detail I've already drawn in one seating. I didn't leave my desk. That's like, I'm the type of person that gets like wants to get shit done and then get shit done nonstop when I feel like doing it. But when I don't feel like doing it, no one can get me to do it. You know what I mean? I can get super focused on like the one thing I really wanted to accomplish, but then it's really hard for me to like initiate the process. So, oh, full time. That's why I haven't been around much. Oh, not at the gremlin hours. Okay, that makes sense. Understand that's Gino? Yeah. I bet that's Gino, Mr. OJ. This Gino person seems pretty cool. Will money get you to do shit you don't wanna? I don't know. I think I have to say yes now because I've been spending more money in the past 2 months. And partially because a lot of friends of mine have been spending money because they have income now. And looking at them spend money makes me want to spend money as well, kind of. I know that's what a job is. I know that's what a job is. But it's not like a huge incentive, not because I'm rich or because, you know, I got money I can still be spending, but because I spend money. How should I say this? Let me think of a good way to put this without sounding like a pepega. I spend money to achieve what I get out of streaming. You know what I mean? And like me wanting to get a job in order to get money is like an additional step to achieving what I get from streaming, usually. So I would rather stream most of the time because I feel like I'm more, you know, it's the joy that I get from streaming that's the reason why I keep streaming. Or it's the joy that I get from basically gambling money away by playing gacha games that gives me the dopamine doses, right? Getting money itself doesn't give me dopamine. Like when the government was like, oh yeah, everyone's gonna get 5k HKD because we want to please you because we know we're in a very politically controversial time and we want to just give you money to shut you up, kind of. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel glad for receiving that money. I wasn't upset that I wasn't gonna receive more money. To me, it was just like, oh, it happens. I might as well spend the money. I don't value money as much as most people because probably I'm coming from a very privileged place to not have it be a concern all the time. Like, I'm not trying to get money to survive, right? Because my dad has done that part for me and for my family. Thank you, Dad. So I don't feel like earning money is gonna make me feel more happy, you know? That's not what I would set out to do when I get a job. Never been a fan of money either, but then again, I don't believe in maths. I don't know. I don't know what I want. I just want to find reasons to stream because that's what makes me happiest, kind of. And then I thought about doing IRL stuff, streaming wise, because I think I've not mastered skateboarding, but I've at least overcome some terrain, i.e. tiles that are looser or, you know, have wider gaps in it. I can still kind of just power through with my skateboard now without fear of like breaking an arm or two. So I do want to, you know, be better at skateboarding. And I thought about, you know, maybe streaming is gonna incentivize me to do the skateboarding thing a bit more, so that I have someone to talk to when I skateboard, and I feel like it's a more productive time if I can talk to someone. But I don't trust that it's safe for me to do that. After what I've heard from like the Cantonese streamers, I don't feel safe just going to places and streaming it on Twitch. So I just don't want to do it anymore. But yeah, we're just stuck in limbo kind of. Yeah, people get crazy. True. And I just can't get over the embarrassment that I feel when I have to talk to my phone while the camera is on. It's really weird when you're surrounded by people and you're just talking to yourself. I can always pretend that I'm in a phone call, but I can't do it when I'm also holding my phone as though it's a camera, right? I can't just pretend I'm in a phone call by literally holding it as though I'm filming something. So, yeah. I don't know what to do. Originally, I was gonna maybe play some Rust. Because I met a group that is interested in playing Rust. And then they were playing it today. And because I saw that they were playing it today, I was like, okay, maybe I don't want to play it. After seeing them play, I was like, maybe I don't want to play it. Oh yeah, by the way, I think this hand has to be bigger, right? I don't know. This finger is definitely bigger than this finger. But it looks a bit weird. The sizes look a bit weird. I don't know what oopsie I've done, but I might have to fix it in the future. You don't notice it when I don't call it out, right? But somehow the scale of this hand doesn't make sense. Whatever. Well, I'll fix it in post. I'll fix it in the future. But yeah, I'm still working on this, and just not motivated to do anything. I was always almost always like this, right? I was almost always like this until I found Afterthought, and that was like the biggest boost of motivation. Like, I haven't felt like I wanted to do something or complete something in a very long time, and Afterthought was what did it most recently. So I don't know, maybe it's true that I just have to find another video game and to get over things, maybe. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. I mean, there is one way for me to stay healthy and also stream, which is to shorten the streams to be like 2 hour long every time before I go to bed. So say, because I can realistically get my dad to go to bed at like 1:30. So if I stream from 1:30 to 3 a.m., I still have like, what is it, 1.5 hours? And if I do like, I can do daily 1 hour streams maybe, unless, well, not really, because Premium League exists and my dad wants to watch TV sometimes. But like every so often I can do that and still have like a good sleep schedule going, kind of. But I don't know. I think I'm the type of person who benefits from streaming for longer hours. No, it's not gonna be a 24-hour stream, Cameron, but welcome to the stream. Welcome. Did you just say 24-hour getting over a stream? Oh my god, Mia must have won that. Okay, that started it. Wow. Oh, there's one game I really want to play. The name is Played Up. But I have to wait for at least a month to purchase another video game. Oh no, actually, wait a second. I might have enough money on my PayPal to buy this game. But I don't have anyone to play it with. I love this game. From the looks of it, the feel of it, I have never played it, by the way. But I've seen enough people play it to make me want to play it. Where has Ren been? I don't know. I haven't like we've lost contact for a very long time, Cameron. It's like Overcooked but way better. As Refresher would describe it. It's not as visually cool or polished as Overcooked, but mechanically it's the best Overcooked-like game out there. It's a roguelite Overcooked where every single time, so it comes in levels, so you don't like go to a completely different map to experience a new level. You just pick the food you want to serve, and then every single time you complete a level within that map, you get to rearrange furniture, so you get to choose where to put your chopping block or your microwave or your cooking pot. And you also get to choose where to install the sink to wash dishes. You get to choose the like how the room looks like. You get to choose how many tables there are. You get to choose how to arrange how much space your shop has or whatever. And then every single time you beat a level, you'll be prompted by 3 options. Every single one of those options is going to add to the difficulty of your gameplay. For instance, it's going to add a new recipe, or you can choose to add a new recipe. You can choose to add more customers queuing up. You can choose to have the customers spend less time eating so that there's going to be more orders in general. Or you can lower the income or the amount of gold you earn, or you can lower like the customers' patience, or you can, I don't know, there's a bunch of ways to nerf it or to like increase complexity of your gameplay, and you get to choose which one you want. Yeah, custom difficulty. There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Custom difficulty. You miss Restaurant City? I don't actually know what Restaurant City is. I'm only searching with YouTube because I don't want to flashbang myself with Google Chrome. Ooh, Restaurant City. 12 years ago. It's a multiplayer game? Man, this looks very old. This looks very old. There was a game that I used to play a little bit on Newgrounds. I actually, it's not on Newgrounds. It's on this like scuffed website called. This is how I type Chinese, by the way. It's so annoying. This. Yes. This. Okay, I don't trust this website, so I'm gonna. Because I believe there might be some lewd imagery on there as ads. Okay, turns out you can't see shit, so I'm gonna show it. I used to play a lot of games on this website growing up. It's not Newgrounds. I have ad block, so you can't see it. I got ad block turned on. And then there's like these like the name of this game is like I don't know what Ta Chan Ting is in English. What would it be? It's like the Hong Kong restaurants, I guess. And then there's makeup games, there's cake baking games. There's a bunch on the front page, but the ones I like aren't here, obviously. But I found the game through this platform, but there's like a bunch of cooking games on there, and some of them have really cute art. And then I also remember this game that I spent like years trying to figure out what it's called, and I know what it's called, and then I forgot the knowledge that I spent 3 years searching for. And now I can't name the game anymore, but it's a game about dog and wheelchair video game puzzle. Yes. It's this game. Yes. Oh my god. This game. I'm glad you can just find it now. Have you guys played this game? Is it called The Walk in the Park? It's like the best game I played as a child. I'm talking like when I was like less than 10 years old. This was my favorite game. Not sure Hong Kong style cafe, Hong Kong style restaurant. It would just be like, it'd probably be translated as Hong Kong Cha Chan Tang or something like that. You're not familiar with this at all? Bro, this game is so good. I want to play it again. It's a puzzle game. Okay, I'm worried about ads that I might click onto, so pardon me. Okay, this website looks pretty legit. Let's see how loud this is. It has no audio. Okay. Oh my god, it's loud. It's loud. It's loud. It's loud. How do I lower the audio? I don't think I can, chat. Did I ear rape everyone? I'll lower it manually. But I trust this website to not give me like Monkatio-esque stuff. You're good? Click here, start game. Okay, it is loud, but I can up it a little bit. Oh, there's the audio slider. Okay, wait. The music is so good. Because I remember it and it's nostalgic, but... Can I zoom in? No, okay. So, you jump with up arrow keys. Oh god, I have to click the game probably. Press space. And then you control this doggy. Like, this is such a, like, old game, right? But you control the doggy. And then your goal is to get the old guy to touch the popsicle. Okay, and then they introduce new mechanics. So this is gonna increase the length of the leash. Oh wait, so you press down, you bark. Oh my god, that barking is so loud. I'm sorry, I accidentally pressed it. This might be a full screen button. Oh! Oh my god, you're a genius. Thank you. This is a Jack Spadici game. Is it? I don't know. But this is like a game that I grew up playing. Okay, so you can get this hat and it has a fuel bar. A fuel meter, so you can't fly too much, but you can just like have the wheelchair guy kind of be dangling. And then some levels get rather difficult, I think. At least my 9-year-old brain couldn't figure out how to solve some of the puzzles, so... What is this ball again? Oh, I think you have to bark to get... Oh my god, why is the barking so loud, though? Oh, there's also dog bones. I don't think I've been collecting them. Oh, maybe I should go back? I don't know how to go... I don't know how to go back a level. But okay, so there are 5 bones I can collect. I think that they're optional, but... I mean, if they weren't optional, I wouldn't be solving anything. Oh, he just glitched through. That's cool. I want to go back to the main menu to check like what levels I've missed bones on, but yeah. Jacksepticeye is the one playing these weird wheelchair games. Or is that Markiplier? I have no idea. But yeah, these are still tutorial category. I think we have to bark here to scare the bunny into running into the button for us, so... Sorry about the ear rapes. Oh yeah, I think he's got it. But yeah, it's just a very chill game. Yeah, there we go, the gate opened. But this was such a fun game when I was very young. Oh, I remember this puzzle. Oh no, I died! So, you only need to get the wheelchair guy to touch the popsicle to end the level. I didn't mean to do that. So it doesn't really matter where your doggy is, kind of. But you can essentially just trap the wheelchair guy here and then just go dangle down yourself. And collect all the collectibles, which I still don't think there's a purpose to doing that to this day. I like those cartoons. But yeah. And then there's like a bunch of collectibles on this level, but you get the gist of it, right? I'm just gonna pick up the popsicle to see some new levels. Oh wait, in order for you to activate the popsicle, you actually need to collect everything? I didn't know that. Well, I'm dead. So there's 3 around the main block, and then there's 2 on the right side. Okay. That doggy, do you see the animation of that walking? The walking animation is incredible. I think I have to restart here. Oh, never mind. Just jump off, I guess. Okay, I need to time the jumping a bit better. The neck hurts you. The neck of this doggo probably does hurt quite a bit. Okay, so let's go ahead and collect everything. God, I have to land on these. No! Oh, wait, I picked that one up. How? Wow. Okay, this is just a platforming level, I see. Physics is a low jank as usual. But there we go. Yeah, this used to be my favorite game. Oh, you know what other favorite game there is that I have? Oh my god, I need to look this one up. Neopets fish block game. Fish game. Fish. Okay, what about Neopets dinosaur? It's a dinosaur game that's like one of those pew pew games. I don't remember what it's called. It's not just any dinosaur. It's a dinosaur that can fly. Dinosaur. What is it called? I don't know what they're called. Dinosaur. Neopets dinosaur. Oh my god, this might be it. Wait. I think this is it. I trust the Neopets website to not give me fucked up ads. Oh my god, this might be it, chat. This was also my childhood favorite. Holy shit. Have you guys played this? Wait, maybe not. Wait, is this my favorite? Maybe it's not this one? Pterodactyl? Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna press play. Does it work? Oh no! Oh no! Flash is not a thing anymore, right? Okay, I need to look up the name of this game on YouTube to make sure that it is the game. Yeah, it's a shooter. Patter attack. Peter attack. Oh my god, is this the game of my dreams? Maybe not. Wait, I want to see this though. Oh, it is! Wait, is it? It is! Wait, the game didn't used to look like this though. I know, right? Flash games getting removed. Or Flash getting removed. So, in the past... Oh my god, wait, this is not the version I played. There must be an older version. This is way too new. This game didn't look like this in the past. I don't know. I don't remember it looking like this. The enemies look identical. But yeah, it wasn't like this before. It was more like it was like at higher levels it looks like a fucking what is that? Wait, what is that called again? I don't remember what the game I was trying to... Sorry, my brain is very slow already. Toho, yeah, there we go. It feels like a Toho game because you get so many enemies on screen that you just have to dodge and weave between them. It's like very tight spots. So yeah, Neopets. But yeah, this game used to like... It feels like a Toho game. because of how crowded the screen gets. So in the past, I used to play this game with my dad. Usually, when I was way younger, when I was much younger, I would control like the shooting key. So I just have to hold it down, or like some attacks require you to tap fire or whatever. I don't remember, to be honest. But I'm the one responsible for holding down the attack key, and my dad would move my mom would move the player character around, which is the birdie. And that's what we do. That's what we did. And then when I grew up, I started controlling my own character, and then we swapped places. So my parents would be like the one shooting or whatever. Yeah. I don't get it, but maybe you can explain why it's Toho so popular. I think it's the good music and also the difficulty. It's famous for its music and the difficulty. And the lore, I think, is kind of arbitrary. People, some of them like the lore, some of them don't. But most people who enjoy Toho enjoy the mechanics of the game, right? So, yeah, it's just super difficult to, you know, dodge out of this. So whenever a player manages to break through the game, like in a sense, I think like the game is addictive for the same reason why people like playing Osu, because it can get really fucking difficult, right? And they want to overcome it. So and all this, the patterns on screen like is synced up to the music or whatever. So it's just a very visually pleasant and, you know, music driven experience, kind of similar to Osu because of like the musicality and stuff. So you might be into the figuring out patterns thing. I think I'm the type of person who doesn't have the patience to care about figuring out patterns, kind of. 小朋友落樓梯 is your first web game? Wait. Let me look it up. Wait, what is this game? Have I seen it before? I must have played it! Because it reminds me of something I played, at least. I think there was a time when platformers like these are very popular, right? Even in like for mobile games. The platformer games where you just press a button to jump, it's kind of like Jump King, but obviously less difficult. When you die, you'd say, ah. Damn. Wow. So it's a platformer, right? Let me look up a video. Maybe there's like an English version of this. Oh god. Wait, I don't want someone commentating over gameplay. So this is a sound effect. That's a sound effect when they die. Okay, maybe I have never played this game then, because I don't remember this. Wow. That sound, I see. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, is that Yandere Sim again? Oh, it's a Yandere Sim inspired game. I remember seeing this. I don't know any like Chinese or Cantonese or Mandarin streamers at all. Or Taiwanese streamers, I think. You want to add that sound as an alert, actually? Wow. I don't remember this game. Oh, wait. I remember this scene, though. Is it the scene in, what's that anime? The so-called, like, best horror anime of all time? It's the one scene where someone dies to his own umbrella. Oh, this game is also, I think I saw Markiplier play this. It's the SCP game. Another. No, Another is not that good. Is higurashi higurashi when they cry. The umbrella scene is from this, right? I think. Another is like it was scary at the start, but then it became like a fucking it just became human drama, and I don't know. Higurashi no naku koroni. You're not talking about the umbrella scene from another? Wait, there's an umbrella scene from another? Wait, I don't remember it. Wait, was there a scene like this in Higurashi? Umbrella is... Okay, so I just got the two mixed up. What the... I don't recall seeing this. Damn. I see. Damn. This what this reminds me of is this reminds me of that one creepy thing about a woman going to the elevator as though she's being chased, and then the next day she's found in like that the water tank of that hotel or something like that, dead, obviously. Like, yeah, that's what like camera footage in elevators remind me of. I don't think I should show this though on Twitch. So Elisa Lam? Elisa Lam? Yeah, probably. She does have like a Chinese surname, I think. There's a game about her? Bruh. It's one of the like the creepiest mysteries, right? YIIK. Oh boy. Not explicitly about her, but it's about like that creepy thing that happened, right? Do you guys know, like, is there any like explanation to what it actually happened? What actually happened to her though? Like, what the fuck, you know? I'm sure it's just people replacing CCTV footage to hide that they were there, right? To me, psychosis. The game is terrible. Why is it terrible? There's a video game documentary about how bad it is. So, the footage, no, I'm saying like the reason why her mystery is so scary is because no one could have killed her, right? Or no one could have committed the murder. Because there's like he thinks she's hot and wants to... What? It's about her because the narrator protagonist self-insert character is for the author is obsessed with her. What? Why though? Like, her story is a tragedy, no? The game was trying to be postmodern. What the fuck does postmodern mean? Subsequent are coming later to which is modern? Being self-referential, like just being woke? It's fucked up? And there's no self-awareness at all? What does it mean to be postmodern, though? I don't understand. Intellectual stance or mode of discourse, defined by attitude of skepticism towards what it characterizes as grand narratives of modernism. Opposition to notions of epistemic certainty or the stability of meaning. Bro, what the fuck am I reading? I feel like excuse you right now. Emphasis on the role of ideology in maintaining systems of political power. Claims to objective fact are dismissed as naive realism, with attention drawn to the conditional nature of knowledge claims within... Okay, I need more examples of this. Basically self-referential and woke. But I've seen a lot of like self-referential things that aren't... Like say DDLC, right? Or Stanley Parable that are woke and self-referential but not gross, you know? And I don't think people would call the Stanley Parable a postmodern game, you know? And then I get a bunch of literature examples. That's not what I want, but okay. Okay, Stanley is 100% postmodern, then I don't know. And aware of being so. So if someone uses the word postmodern, it's usually a negative thing unless it's self-aware. The difference between why I can't Stanley Parable is that Stanley Parable is actually good and competently written. It's a philosophy, not an insult. Okay. I see. Huh. It makes me want to see this video. But I don't think I should do that on stream. That kind of philosopher is almost always stupid while thinking they're deep. Okay, it's like, so it's literally r/I'm 14 and this is deep. Is what postmodernism is. Or maybe it's devolved into. Huh. The fact that there's a video essay out there with 1.2 million views on a game that obscure should say something about how bad it is. Why I love it? Wait, so is it a good game or a bad game? Why? Oh my god. Okay, I feel like I have to see it. I have to see more of this now. Stanley Parable is not creepily obsessed with dead women from national tragedies. Huh. It's a recent game as well. Like all the videos are made 2 years ago. Pretty recent. Huh. That also helps. Damn, okay. I might have to look into this one. It's a trip to learn about. Don't play it and definitely don't buy it. Okay, I won't buy anything. Don't worry. I'm not buying anything more than, you know, what I've spent. Well, because of what I spent, I'm not buying anything in the next month. And I promised my dad that I won't spend any more money. On gaming, at least. In the upcoming month. That ain't happening. Alright, I think I might end the stream here. Didn't really want to drag it out for too long, but here we are, as usual. I don't know if I'll be drawing more. I do have to do some daily missions on various games. But yeah. I've been up for almost 6 hours, so give me some credit, alright, chat? I don't know what to stream next. I did say I would play at least a little bit of... Well, I did plan on playing a little bit of, what's the game called again? Hollow Cure? May or may not do that. You suggest drawings? I don't know if I want to stream any art, at least not on this channel. at least when I color in something, sure I can stream that. But when I'm just like being like having an OCD moment over the lines I draw, that's not good. So yeah, HoloCure. Would you guys want to see HoloCure? I don't know if I would stream HoloCure next time or whatever the fuck I'll do next time, but I just need to find reasons to stream. Now that I'm done with Outer Wilds completely. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I come up with. But thank you all for watching. I'm gonna whoops, didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna go ahead and flashbang y'all. Huzzah. You listen to anything, can't promise I'll watch though. Okay. Alright, you do you, Mia. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you guys in the next one. You know what? Let me see if I wanna raid anyone. Haven't done that in a while. I don't usually remember to do it, but usually like when there's someone who had raided me in my chat. Oh, you know what? I found a raid target. And I think Miam is gonna like this one. Miam's gonna like this one. I'm gonna send you all over to McFire. Guess what he's playing right now? He's playing Nova Drift. So yeah, Miam's favorite game of all time. You have to raid people? I know, right? But yeah, I'm gonna send you all over to McFire. Be nice. Miam is probably gonna say something about his gameplay. I'll probably lurk there for a bit while I play some video games on my own. So yeah, have a good one, chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. Bye bye la. Matane, matanip. Hey do, hey hey. Jane. Paste name here so I can follow, please. Wait, I'm rating you. I'm sending you. Okay, fine. I'll type it out. You annoying piece. There you go. Go follow him. All right. Be nice. Bye bye. Have a good one, chat.